gets announced at 4 p.m. today on MLB Network.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now.
Happy Thursday to everybody out there. I'm Michael Bumpus. Leading today, I got my guy Curtis Rogers back at the studio doing his thing. Curtis, how you doing today?
Doing good, Bump. Doing good. Always glad to be with you. Always glad to bring our fatherly wisdom to the airwaves. Making sure everybody's oil's changed, making sure door hinges are working the way they should be, and making sure that this Seahawks team keeps their roll going, because it's been, I don't know about you, Bump, but in my recent years of covering this Seahawks team, this stretch that they're on right now has been some of the most fun I've had watching this ball club.
Yeah, it's been fun watching these guys, man, and it's all been leading to this. Obviously, this isn't a playoff game, but this is a big one. They're taking on the Rams, man, and the big question is, you got Matthew Stafford over there doing his thing. 20 touchdowns with no interceptions, 25 on the year. He's been playing some good football. So how do the Seahawks stop this Rams offense? There's going to be some matches we're looking at. We're talking Sam Darnold. We're talking Matthew Stafford. We're talking offense and defense. We're talking these coaches getting at it too. And in cut number one, Mike Macdonald, he kind of downplays the chess match with Sean McVay.
My job is to help design a plan and coach the heck out of it with our guys and organize it with our staff, so they can go play great football and keep it simple and keep in our wheelhouse and against anybody we play. Sean's a tremendous play caller. He's a great offensive coordinator. They have a great offense, but the approach is the same every week.
What else do we expect him to say, Curtis?
Right. He's going to downplay it. He's going to be like, this is just any other game. But it's not, because the reason why Mike Macdonald was brought to Seattle was for these moments against Sean McVay, against Kyle Shanahan, because those two teams, the Rams and 49ers, have owned this division for the better part of the last decade, and the Seahawks obviously got tired of that. That was a big reason why they chose to move on from Pete Carroll, who had had a lot of struggles against both of those head coaches. And Macdonald was billed as this McVay stopper, was billed as this Shanahan stopper. That was a huge reason as to why Macdonald ended up being the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks. And so this is a huge opportunity for him to live up to that billing and show why he should be considered one of the game's very best head coaches. Because, look, I mean, McVay is sort of the gold standard of offensive coaching, him and Shanahan. And if you're able to beat him, and if you're able to beat this Rams team in a way that is maybe not like sneaking out the back door, but in a convincing way, that's going to go a long way in convincing people across the NFL landscape like this Seahawks team is absolutely for real, should absolutely be considered among the handful of teams that can win a Super Bowl this year.
Yeah, it's a big one. But, as coaches and as players, you got to go in level-headed. You're not really trying to amp it all up. But they know what's at stake right here. Typically you want to split these games with the Rams. Obviously, if you go 2-0, that's great. Back in the day, you wanted to split with the Niners. You let one get away. But no, this is going to be a big one. And the headliner of this has to be the quarterbacks. It's Sam Darnold and it's Matthew Stafford. Like I mentioned, Matthew Stafford has been playing at a high level. You go back and watch some of the throws this guy's making. It is absolutely ridiculous. Mike Macdonald doesn't have a lot of experience going against him, but he realizes he's playing his best football. Cut two.
I've only gone against him a few times in my career, but this is probably the best I've seen him. He's playing great football. Decisive. They're putting him in great situations, diagnosing defense at a really high level, handling the protections at a high level. They're really explosive right now in their pass game, and then they're converting in some of those in a lot of those conversion downs too, which keeps drives extended.
Diagnosing defenses. And I think that is what Mike Macdonald does the best, is kind of disguising exactly what he's trying to do. If you can confuse a veteran in Matthew Stafford, that's going to be your best bet. The Rams struggle to run the football. I guess struggle to run it when it comes to numbers, right? Effectiveness, it's just like the Seahawks, man. The play action is still there. But, disguise the defense, try to confuse this quarterback.
Yeah, I'm looking at – because Stafford did not play in Week 18 last year against the Seahawks. It was a Jimmy Garoppolo start because the Rams had already knotted up the division. They had nothing to play for in Week 18 last year. So let's go back then to week number 9 for the Seahawks last year. It was actually their final loss before things really kicked into gear and they won 6 of their final 8 games. Stafford in that game, 25 of 44, 298 yards, 2 touchdowns, an interception, QBR of 62.5, quarterback rating of 83.3. So a respectable day from him. But, Stafford usually runs a higher completion percentage than what he had in that game, 25 of 44. And as it was pointed out in regulation against the Rams last year, the Seahawks defense only allowed 13 points to the Rams. 7 of those points that the Rams got in regulation off the Seahawks was from a pick 6 that Geno Smith threw that was returned nearly the length of the field by Cameron Kitchen. So you can't pin that 7 points on McDonald's defense. That was a mistake made by the offense. So, 13 points in 4 quarters against this offense, that's pretty good. Like, I would absolutely take that on Sunday, and I think that would give the Seahawks a tremendous chance of winning. Unfortunately, last year the Rams, got that pick 6, which gave them 20 points. It was a tie ball game going into overtime, and then they got the game-winning touchdown in overtime. To Demarcus Robinson, I want to say, to finish off the game. That was a gut punch of a loss for the Seahawks ball club. But I think you look at the 13 points given up by the defense last year, that is a great baseline for a win on Sunday. Do I think it's going to happen again? I'd love to see it. I would love to see, a defensive effort like that. I just don't think, with how good the Rams offense has been and the fact that they're going to be playing at home and it's going to be an indoor environment. That game last year was here in Seattle. The weather was crummy. I think it's going to lend itself to maybe a little bit more points on Sunday.
Vegas has the over-under at 48, so 24 apiece, maybe. We shall see.
Yeah.
It's such a tough game to call because both teams have the capabilities of blowing this thing up. Both last week, both teams put up 40-plus points. Obviously, the Rams against the Niners and then the Seahawks against the Arizona Cardinals. 2 different opponents, but they've also shown that their defenses are capable of shutting guys down, too, getting pressure on the quarterback with just 4, and I think that's key on both sides of the football. They've been able to get pressure on the quarterback, and in cut 3, Shil Kapadia says that's how you beat the Rams.
We've seen it over the years when you look at the playoffs and guys like Patrick Mahomes. It's like, well, when do they actually lose? When does the offense actually not look good? And so many times it's just, all right, an opposing defense was able to pressure them with 4, didn't have to blitz a lot, broke down their protections. And so that, to me, is the most interesting aspect of this. Can you pressure Stafford? Can you force them into some negative plays? Because I don't think you're going to completely shut them down, but I do think the Seahawks have a better chance than basically any other defense in the NFL to at least slow them down and then create some explosives on offense and come out of there with a win.
Yeah, Curtis, and I said this yesterday. This is the best offensive line this team has seen so far. There are some guys on this offensive line. They are super efficient. They protect their quarterback. But also that Rams offensive line hasn't seen a defensive line like this. I'm going to be looking in the trenches to start the game. The guys on the outside get the love, as they should. They make the big plays. But you got to be able to protect your quarterback. Both sides have been able to do that. Whichever quarterback is on his wallet the most is going to end up turning this football over and giving this defense a chance.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I'm looking at the games that the Rams lost this season, the road game against the Eagles. Stafford was only sacked 1 time, but the Philly defense was able to get 7 QB hits on him. So they were able to still generate some pressure on him, even though it didn't result in a sack. So, yeah, I think that's going to be huge for this Seahawks defense on Sunday, is to maybe not necessarily get sacks on him because he has such a quick release, but I think just getting him on his back and making him uncomfortable, I think that is going to be a huge thing. And Look, we learned from Trey Wingo earlier this week. He was pointing out how the Seahawks, the number of quarterback pressures they have to this point in the season is more than any team has ever had since ESPN started tracking that stat, which I think goes back to about 2000. So in the last quarter century, we have never seen a defense put this much pressure on opposing quarterbacks. So if the Seahawks are able to do what they do defensively, I think it's going to be a nice game for them. But like you said, the Rams' offensive line is unlike anything that the Seahawks have seen this year. So, I mean, it just feels like both of these teams, it's so evenly matched. It feels like every grouping on either of these teams has an answer for the other, and so now it's like, well, where do we see the opportunities for either of these teams? But when you look at this matchup, and I know you've dove deep into this, we all have kind of dove deep into this since the final whistle of the Cardinals game because that game was so easily decided. Like, when you have, in your time watching the film of both of these teams, where are the opportunities that you see for this Seahawks defense against the Rams offense? Because so far, very few teams have had success slowing it down.
Yeah, it's tough, but there is a flaw. There's a flaw in their game. And the flaw that I see with the Rams is that when it's second and long, third and long, they get predictable as far as defense, right? They're going to man you up, but they're going to bring some pressure and some simulated pressure. They're going to throw some stunts on the offensive line. But if you're able to protect in those third and longs, there's some plays out there. You got the Eagles with a plus 38 on second and 13. You have the Eagles with a plus 25, a plus 23. All of these are on third and 10. And then first and 20, the 49ers got a big play as well, just because they're aggressive and then that back end is a little soft. So I think that if you do get in those situations, I prefer not to be in first and 20, but you might be in a third and 10 or a second and 13. You got to win your one-on-one battles on the outside. They're going to man up and blitz a little bit. When it comes to blitzing, they're about the same, 17%. Same with the Seattle Seahawks. But for some reason, on third and long, you're able to make some plays. And I think that if the Hawks get these guys in the third and long, you can show that complexity of the defense that we keep hearing about and cut forward. DeMarcus Lawrence explains how complex this is.
I mean, our system, you never know who's coming, so I think that makes it more trickier when your edge that, you think is going to be rushing 99% of the time, you might be in a drop. So, just getting familiar with, the drops, the coverages, your rush lanes, all that. You got to play a complete defense to play in Mike Macdonald's defense.
One of the biggest plays for Mike Macdonald defense since he's been here was just exactly what D-Law described. He says, you don't know who's going to blitz and who's going to drop. Last year, what we see, Big Leo dropping to the flat, Aaron Rodgers throws a pick, you take it to the house. If you can confuse an Aaron Rodgers, I think you have a good chance of confusing Matthew Stafford.
Yeah, I think so. And just making that Rams offense confused is going to go a long way because, I mean, that's been a hallmark of McDonald's defenses is that it's unlike anything opposing offenses have seen, and that's why the Seahawks have been able to impose their will on opposing offenses. And I'm just really, really excited for that chess match, McDonald, McVay, and what this Seahawks defense can do against the Rams offense. Now, if it doesn't go the Seahawks' way, I don't think that is a grave concern on Sunday. I think ultimately this team, win or lose on Sunday, is still a team to be reckoned with in the NFC. And I think even if it even ends up being a close loss, I still think the Seahawks are a bona fide Super Bowl contender in the NFC just by looking at what other teams have stepped up in the NFC right now. Detroit has a really good offense at times, and they have the experience of having had a couple of seasons now of being a playoff team. And then the Eagles obviously winning the Super Bowl, but it doesn't feel like the Eagles and Lions have the juice that got them there last year. It feels like both those teams are kind of lacking a little bit in certain spots where I feel like the Rams and Seahawks right now are playing with the most momentum of any team, not just in the NFC, but in the NFL right now. And I think there's no shame in losing to, if the Rams lose to the Seahawks, there's no shame in that. If the Seahawks lose to the Rams, there's no shame in that because you also get another opportunity later in the season against these two teams or with these two teams. But I just think what a win could do for the Seahawks, though, would just catapult them to a level of confidence that we have not seen since the Legion of Boom days. Because, I mean, I don't know about you, Bump, but I have started to go into every single game anticipating a win from the Seahawks. This is the first game in a while that I have not necessarily been anticipating a win. But if they do pull it off, like, I will be stunned if they ever lose. You know, they're probably going to lose between now and the end of the season. That's just kind of how the NFL works. But, like, it'll be stunning to me if they lose, especially considering how good they have looked here in the middle portion of the season.
Yeah, they're a team that that you feel like should win some games and could win every game. And I think that's a great place to operate in if you are a Seahawk fan or if you're in this building. I know these guys think they can win every single game. Why not? That's how you got to operate. Hey, it's a showdown. You don't want to miss this. Sam Darnold against the Vikings. The Seahawks season is in full swing, and we want to send you and 3 friends to the November 30th game against Minnesota. All you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app and click the Win tab to find out how. If you don't already have the app, simply text APP to 866-979-3776, and we'll send you a link to download. Enter daily to increase your chances to win. This contest runs through Monday, November 17th. Let's get the headline rewrites.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Washington State is searching for their next athletic director after Ann McCoy was fired yesterday. What's the real headline?
Real headline, this was more about future projections than past accomplishments. I mean, she was a lifer in that Coug athletic department. Bump, you know her. You've spent time around her in your days, with the Cougs. What's been your reaction to this news in about the 24 hours since it dropped?
Yeah, it's it dropped right before our show ended, right? Mm-hmm. So I get on the horn, I start talking to my peoples over there at WSU, trying to get a feel for this, and we have a new president over there, and I think she wants to go a different direction. I think the knock on the Ann McCoy era is just that we weren't able to produce enough money to keep some guys. I mean, we got offensive linemen leaving. I think the quarterbacks would have left regardless. Mateer and Cam Ward are just on a different level. But we lost some guys that we felt like we could have kept. And that's not all Ann's fault. But if you're going to place the blame, you're going to start with the AD. So I hope they go in a direction where they hire someone who's familiar with this new landscape of NIL and college football, because it is different. It is like no other thing that we've seen before. And some ADs are equipped, and some ADs were just trying to fill it out. I don't know what the reasoning was with Ann, but I'm just talking about what is to come. You got to get somebody who's familiar with NIL. We are the lowest funded athletic program in the new Pac-12, even with the new homies coming over, with Fresno State and Boise State and all those guys.
Can't have
Wazoo is the lowest funded athletic program. We need to change that.
I know a lot of Cougs like to keep these moves in the family, so to speak. Have a Coug alum run things, whether it be as a coach or administrator. How do you feel about keeping it in the family or looking elsewhere? Do you think looking elsewhere it might be time to get some fresh eyes on the scene?
I want the most qualified person, and if that person is not from the loose, I'm all good for it. I'm all good.
Headline rewrites.
The AL and NL MVPs will be awarded today at 4 p.m. on MLB Network. What's the real headline?
Real headline at this point, I just want Yankees fans to be mad. It's gone from me wanting Cal Raleigh to be the MVP to I hope he wins so that Yankees fans can be mad about something, because they're so annoying. Like, we get it. Aaron Judge is good, but Cal Raleigh's season, Bump, was so special, so spectacular. Like, close your eyes. Think of did Aaron Judge do anything that stands out in your mind? Did he ever have a single moment this season?
Nah, not
no,
a moment.
He did not. No. He's like Jason Tatum, okay? How many moments did Cal Raleigh have? He had numerous, countless. It was every night Cal Raleigh was out there. He's the MVP in my eyes.
Yeah, he is, man. We've been screaming at the top of the mountain for a long time about Cal Raleigh and how important he is to this ball club. Without Cal, this team doesn't go. Without Aaron Judge, I think the Yankees still compete. And like you mentioned, he didn't have his moments, and he plays in the right field. That's where you put your worst fielder. You put him in the right field. He didn't have to stand up and squat and manage pitchers and help make decisions and call games. It's just ridiculous that we're having this conversation. Now, I think he's in it. I'm not going to disrespect Aaron Rodgers the way that some have disrespected Cal and say there's no debate. There is a debate, and if you make up a good case for Aaron, I can respect it. But end of the day, who's more valuable to their team? To me, it's Cal Raleigh.
Oh, yeah. I mean, handling the pitching staff, getting in that squad for as many games as he did this season. I mean, Cal really, he didn't take that many full days off. I think he had, 159 games he appeared in as a catcher, 705 plate appearances. I believe if you count his playoff plate appearances, he led baseball in plate appearances this year. So, it was every day a workload unlike anything we've ever seen, production unlike anything we've ever seen from a catcher. Cal Raleigh is your MVP, no matter what the vote says. Unfortunately, it looks like Vegas is starting to move towards Aaron Judge right now, but I think Cal Raleigh, the what he was able to do this season, just we'll never see that again.
Special.
Headline rewrites.
The 8-2 Patriots host the Jets on Thursday Night Football. What's the real headline?
Real headline, it's that old familiar feeling for Jets fans staring down a blowout loss to the Patriots. This one will probably be over by halftime.
Oh, man. I feel for the Jets, but I know where they are now. They sold some stuff. They had an estate sale, made some money, got some picks. They're focused on next year, and I hope Glenn gets a legit chance to kind of make this his own, because I think, Curtis, you pointed it out, he was in the Detroit organization. He knows what a rebuild looks like.
Yeah.
He knows some of the characteristics of it. So lean on Glenn, but you are right, man. Drake May is going to light it up tonight. They're going to light it up so much that my third-string wideout, Efton Chisholm, is going to play and get a couple targets tonight.
Okay.
It's going to be over soon.
All right. Aaron Glenn, the Lions rebuild was similarly awful to start. I think the Lions were like 0-8, 0-9 in Dan Campbell's first 9 games, and then they won, I think, like two or three games his first season in Detroit, and then they got Aiden Hutchinson, and then obviously after that, it caught fire, and the Lions are what they are now. I just don't see a similar timeline for the Jets, and I think it has a lot to do with ownership. And I actually just saw this headline come across my timeline. We'll get to it in the timeline coming up in about an hour. But Woody Johnson, that guy, just the stink around him and just how awful of an owner he is. There's more evidence to how awful of an owner he is, and we'll get to that coming up here in a little bit. But I just don't see the Jets ever becoming Super Bowl contenders with him around.
You got to change something, man. And they tried changing quarterbacks. They tried changing coaches. But there's one thing that remains the same, and I'm with you. As long as he is there, it's going to be tough. But, hey, you never know. You get as many first-round picks as they got, man, come on. You got to hit on one or two of these things. But here's the thing. You could hit on it, but you can just mismanagement. We're seeing Sam Darnold and what he did with the Vikings and what he's doing over here. So there's something in the water when it comes to the New York Jets. And I think we know exactly what it is. So, yeah, man, good luck to the Jets, but I think the Patriots are going to handle this one for sure. We got a great show for y'all today. At 11, we have Fox Sports' Eric Williams is going to join us. And then from 12 to 2, we get into the huddle. We got some great guests for you today. We got Nick Emmanwori, who's going to join us. Then we also have George Halani as well. You guys don't want to miss this, but when we come back, man, the Mariners want to keep the squad together as much as they can, but can they and should they? We'll answer that question next here on the Bump and Stacy Show.
Hawks Live.
This should be fun.
Presented by the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection. Tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square's center court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer. With this week's guest, Seahawks wide receiver Rashid Shaheed. Touchdown! Hawks Live. Tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
The Home Comfort Alliance warehouse clearance sale ends soon. Save 25 to 75% on heat pumps, furnaces, and air conditioners. Also enjoy 18 months, 0% financing. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com today.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan? Now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan Wealth, 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
As a quarterback, you cannot run a winning play with a messy playbook. And most companies' data, well, it's a mess. AI is changing the game, but if your data is scattered, you're stuck on the sidelines. Brock Heward here, and this is where my friends at Marquee Data come in. They get your data in shape, clean, connected, ready to perform, so you can finally put AI to work for your business. Whether sales, finance, or operations, every smart move starts with the right data. So head to mydataqb.com to draw up your game-winning data play today. That's Marquee Data or mydataqb.com.
Join us Sunday, November 30th for the UW Medicine Seattle Marathon. Volunteers are needed to support runners of all ages for this family event in downtown Seattle. For more info on volunteering, go to seattlemarathon.org or email volunteer@seattlemarathon.org.
Ooh, that face. Quantum fiber internet loves that face.
That's Jamila.
Hey, Jamila.
She's thinking outside the box from inside the box.
Quantum fiber Wi-Fi keeps her meeting game strong. From the back door to the front lawn.
Rushing all of the video calls. Back to back to back video calls.
Quantum fiber internet blowing the socksies up all those people in all those boxes. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Additional pods may be needed to achieve Wi-Fi coverage in some locations. Limited availability. Service in select locations only.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Say hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Piri coming this October.
You don't look like police. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
Does your yard need shade, privacy, or a little brightening up? Look no further than Big Trees. I'm Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. At our 30-acre location, there are thousands of trees to choose from and knowledgeable staff, including a board-certified master arborist, to help you find exactly what you're looking for. Visit the nursery and learn more about Big Trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big trees.
IRG Physical and Hand Therapy doesn't just treat injuries, they elevate athletes. From weekend warriors to elite competitors, IRG Sports Institute clinics are built for performance, blending top-tier physical therapy with advanced sports science and personalized training plans. Hey, Brock Heward here with Shannon O'Kelly, physical therapist and owner of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Why? Why elevate athletes as well?
Because here at IRG, Brock, our motto is we want you to be your best self, your best physical self, your best mental self, and your best community self. At our new IRG Fremont Sports Institute, we're providing that type of care. We've got the latest equipment, the greatest techniques, the providers there that are excited to get you better, basically bigger, faster, stronger. Doesn't matter if you're a weekend warrior, a recreational athlete, an elite athlete, we will make you to be your best.
You'll work with specialists who understand the grind because they've been there. With access to cutting-edge equipment and recovery techniques, you won't just heal, you'll come back stronger. Visit irgpt.com, irgpt.com.
Seattle Sports has your chance to win 4 tickets to the Seahawks game, Sunday, November 30th. Head to the Seattle Sports app, click the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter to win. You can enter once per day, so the more times you enter through the Seattle Sports app, the better your odds. Do it every day, November 11th through November 17th. Details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. From the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
This is the Bumpin' Stacy Show. Michael Bumpus with Curtis Rogers today. Let's talk some baseball, man. The Mariners, they say they want to keep the squad together. And I think that's a great place to start because there's a lot of talent on this roster. But you got to add, but priorities. You got to have priorities. And Cut 9, Justin Hollander tells us what the number one priority is for him.
For whatever reason, he's just always seen the ball well at T-Mobile and sort of instantly took off from the moment we acquired him. And it was a great fit, and it is definitely a priority for us this offseason. You know, if not one, I don't know what else would be. He's number one right now.
He put it out there. He put a post, as us old folks do on Facebook, and then he posted it again on Instagram, and he tweeted about it on X. He let everybody know. He professes love to Josh Naylor, and that's a no-brainer, Curtis.
Yeah, I made his intentions known, and he's doubled and tripled down on them. That was to start the week. He mentioned it in his end-of-the-year media session following the ALCS that, yeah, they want Josh Naylor here for the foreseeable future. And then this week at the GM meetings in Las Vegas, he said that the number one priority for them is keeping as much of that group that they had last year together, and then filling out the rest of the roster as required. That's what Hollander told media members. Adam Jude compiled the quotes for the Seattle Times in today's edition. But, yeah, I mean, it's, again, another opportunity for Justin Hollander and this Mariners front office to reiterate a lot of talking points that they have had for us. And I think that, to me, Bump, shows just how important it is to this front office to keep this group together because, I mean, look, it was the team that got the closest we've ever seen them get to a World Series. And I think, too, there's some interesting quotes from Hollander in this piece by Adam Jude. Hollander jokes, he goes, I view this as an opportunity where I could get fired, so I'm going to avoid that. So he's basically just saying, like, yeah, I mean, this is a very important offseason for all of us. Like, this is a way for us to continue what we've built and also a way for us to avoid, falling short in the years to come. And I think, obviously, Josh Naylor, bringing him back would be a massive lift for a fan base that obviously is feeling a little down after how the season ended, and probably a clubhouse too that's feeling a little down after how the season ended. Just going off of strictly vibes, I mean, you can't do any better, I think, than bringing Josh Naylor back for what this clubhouse needs and what he brought this clubhouse this last offseason, or not this last trade deadline. Like, everybody would be in agreement that Josh Naylor at pretty much any price point would be a fantastic way to kick off this offseason.
Naylor is Froyo. All right, now bear with me, Curtis.
Okay, what do we got here?
I have a daughter. She's 11.
Uh-huh.
And, after a big loss or something like that, she's down in the dumps, and I take her to go get Froyo. Josh Naylor is Froyo, all right? You get so close to going to a World Series. How can I make you feel better, Seattle fans? You know what? I'm going to take you to get some Froyo.
There you go.
That Froyo is Naylor. I just hope that the right flavor is there, and we take it home.
Is it one of those, like, pay by the weight of the Froyo bowl? Okay, yeah. So, I mean, heck, you may splurge, get some gummy worms, get some Skittles, put that on top, get whatever you need to make it feel better. I think, throwing in a couple extra bucks for Josh Naylor, that whatever it takes to get him back, I think is going to be of the highest priority for this team. But Bump, when you look at which guy they could bring back that could have the biggest impact, is it Naylor or is it potentially Jorge Polanco? Because Polanco was so underrated this season, and his 826 OPS, I think, is what it was. 26 home runs. To me, it kind of felt like that flew under the radar at times, just because of like how eye-popping Cal's numbers were. The second half that Julio had, you make the big trades for Gino and Naylor. Those names, and Randy had a couple of really good streaks where he was carrying the offense too at times this season. It felt like those names kind of overshadowed the production that Polanco had, and yet you look at Polanco's numbers, you step back and you're like, wow, this guy was like probably the third most valuable bat in your lineup this year. Like, that is one where I don't know if you can afford to let him walk out the door either, especially because he gives you flexibility at second base. DH, it sounds like he's also been taking reps at first base too. That is going to be a really important piece no matter where he lands. And I kind of wonder, like, can this Mariners team get back to where they were last year without Jorge Polanco going forward?
Yeah, I mean, that's why it's important that Hollander said he wants to bring the band back, right? Like, look, Naylor is priority number one, and if there's priority number two, it might be Polanco at 1B or whatnot. I mean, how many dudes do you know take Scooble Yard twice? You know, like, come on, man.
They don't win that game without him.
Exactly, like the clutch moments.
They don't advance to the ALCS without him, right?
Exactly.
15th inning.
And the start that he had, yeah, it's my only hezzy with Polanco is, all right, can you do it again? His first year wasn't the greatest, but he's shown when he's healthy and used properly, however that means, DHing and make sure that his knee is healthy or whatnot. He's capable of doing it, but I think that he definitely deserves another shot at this. I think that he's done enough to where we've done a 180 on him. I mean, I remember hearing people boo this man at the games and feeling so bad for him, to whereas now he seems like he should be a staple, on this roster. Is there what else is going on there? Is anybody else who's in jeopardy of not being here?
Well, I mean, those are the two big ones. I feel like you look at the rest of this Mariners free agent class, Gino Suarez is the third. I just kind of feel like he's priority number 3 right now. Yeah. I don't think if you had to press me on it, I don't think Gino's back in 2026 unless things change in terms of the Mariners offseason and maybe they miss out on a Naylor or miss out on a Polanco. But I think Gino is a much further down the list priority, especially because of how much I think the Mariners like Ben Williamson. Williamson, I think, is going to need to make some significant strides with the bat, though. Add some power, get some more extra base hits, and then you can talk to me about him as a potential opening day option for the Mariners at third base. But, yeah, I think if I had to guess what the Mariners' priority is right now in their offseason, as Hollander put it, Naylor's number 1. I think Polanco is very close behind in terms of his importance. And then I think there's a bit of a gap before you get to Gino. And look, I think Gino had an important role on the Mariners in the final couple months of the season, but I don't think his bat is going to play here the way it did in Arizona, where that stadium is indoor most of the time. It's a warm weather city, and it's just going to be conducive to more offense than what we saw at the end of the year. Now, Gino did come up with one of the best individual performances we've ever seen in a playoff game for a Mariner player, with the 2 home runs and the 5 runs driven in game number 5. But I just think that what Polanco and Naylor give you was a little bit more than what Gino gave you last year. So I think that's why Gino's a little bit further down. Would you be would you welcome Gino back next year as a third base option, or do you think the Mariners should potentially either go in-house or maybe somewhere else for that?
My heart is telling me bring him back.
Right. He's the ultimate vibes guy.
Yeah. My mind and these numbers are telling me that you might be able to get some of that production out of Ben Williamson, who's probably better defensively. Obviously, the power isn't there yet. But if he is your guy of the future, he needs some space to grow. Or you go out and you get yourself somebody who's already been there and done that. You know why I love our text lines, Curtis? Because they will hold you accountable. 206, Bump, you're on a roll. First St. Louis Rams, and now Aaron Aaron Judge as Aaron Rodgers. I appreciate that.
Look,
okay? I appreciate that.
Bump's got a long day ahead of him.
Long day.
Long day.
Speaking of long day, Hawks Live is back, and you can join Paul Moyer and myself tonight starting at 7 p.m. at Bellevue Square Center Court for a live broadcast and a preview of this week's game against the Rams, plus a visit from the newest Seahawk, Rashid Shaheed. That's tonight at 7 p.m. at Bellevue Square Center Court. Learn more at seattlesports.com/events. When we come back, it's time for Hype Train. We'll get that going next here on the Bump and Stacy Show.
On a 4-game win streak.
Are you kidding me?
With a pair of dominant wins over the last 2 weeks.
Another touchdown! Seahawks!
Comes the biggest game of the season for the Seahawks. A battle for first place in the NFC West.
It is going to be a behemoth of a matchup.
I definitely can see we've done something special. I mean, the sky's the limit from here. It's just all about us.
Seahawks, Rams, Sunday. Kickoff at 1:05, pregame at 10 on Seattle Sports, on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Hi, I'm Andy, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a product development manager, I make sure every piece of fine jewelry at Shane Company is meticulously designed for quality. From 14-karat gold chains, pearl necklaces, diamond studs, and of course, dream engagement rings. We know you can get your holiday gifts anywhere these days, but knowing your loved one's gift was crafted by master jewelers? It's a difference everyone can see and feel, no matter the price. All of our fine jewelry begins with a vision by our in-house designers. Then, we ensure each piece meets our high-quality standards every step of the way, including the smallest details. It's why our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive, free lifetime warranty that covers everything and doesn't cost a dime. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry to be nothing short of perfect. Come see for yourself. Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Join the stations of Bonneville, Seattle, and Treehouse for the 37th year of Holiday Magic. Through Holiday Magic, we have delivered over 182,000 gifts to youth and foster care across our state.
All the little extra things that make a childhood a childhood.
That's Treehouse CEO Dawn Rains.
Today, we provide one important holiday gift to over 4,000 kids across our state.
When a child in foster care receives a special holiday gift, they create memories that last long after the chill of winter passes.
The money that folks will provide will support all of the services that we provide statewide across the whole year.
Just this year, over 6,000 youth and young adults in foster care received academic and essential support needed to succeed in school and beyond. Just text MAGIC to 888-973-5476 to learn how you can make a difference this holiday season. Text MAGIC to 888-973-5476 to make the holidays brighter for youth in foster care across our state.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Heward here. For my friends at People Come First or PCF Construction Group, are you tired of just grilling in the cold and rain every winter in the Northwest? Well, with a patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long, staying warm and dry, even in the wintry months. And I have a special offer for you. PCF's Black Friday sale runs through November, and you can get up to 20% off your entire project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. Most people don't consider building a deck in winter, but if you want yours ready by next spring and summer, then contact PCF right now to start planning. Spend the winter dreaming, designing, and approving your project so you're ready to build by the spring. Remember, planning and permits take time, so get started right now. Find all the offer details, get project ideas, and browse photos at pcfgroup.com or call 425-629-8476. That's 425-629-8476, pcfgroup.com.
When you're at home and next to your windows, do you notice cold air or a draft when the wind blows? How about moisture or leaking during a rainstorm? Dave Wyman here, and after 20 years in our home, our window seals started breaking. A failed window can do major damage to your home, and the older the window, the more likely it is to fail. That's why right now is an excellent time to have Harley Exteriors come by for a no-charge consultation. That's exactly what I had done over the summer, and not only were they extremely knowledgeable about all things windows, I found them to be polite, professional, and respectful. In other words, people you want to do business with. Harley Exteriors has a special offer for Seattle sports fans. Buy 3 windows, get 1 free. No payments or interest until 2027. And take an additional $200 off your project. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today. They'll give you an honest assessment and quote. Go to harleyexteriors.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Michael Bump is here with Curtis Rogers. It's the Bump and Stacy show. Stacy's out today, and we get to do something we do every single episode. And guess who gets participation points today? The young Matthew Nelson gets to participate in Hype Train. I'm so excited. Let's go. All right. First Hype Train. You're bored or you're not. Cal Raleigh is named AL MVP later today.
I think, look, all stats and I think the late betting action in Vegas tells me that Aaron Judge is probably going to come away with the victory, but I hope and pray that common sense prevails. And also, I think a miracle will happen. I think Cal Raleigh is named American League MVP today. We're boarding that train. He's going to do it. He's going to do it.
All right. Young Matthew Nelson, your thoughts. Are you on this train or not?
I am not boarding this train because I think when Aaron Judge is named MVP, Curtis Rogers will cry. And I just think that's funny, and I want it to happen. I'm sorry.
Let me tell you something. Voting for Aaron Judge will be an error in judgment.
Oh, bars.
Bars, that's right.
Bars. All right, Matt's not on it. Listen, when we played USC, Curtis and Matt, I acted like I thought we was going to win. But I knew dang well we were not going to win that game. Too much talent over there. All right, so this is what I'm going to do with this. I don't think Cal's going to win. But I'm going to go into it and convince myself that he is going to win. And maybe miracles happen and he gets it done. Therefore, I'm on this train, but the vibes ain't great. I'm probably having a couple cocktails as soon as I sit down. Just
it's a rickety train. It's
that thing's shaky. You seen those trains in India all packed? It's one of those.
People on the roof, on the side of the car, just hanging on.
Yeah, that's the type of train I'm on right now. All right, next up. Cooper Kupp leads the Seahawks in receiving yards in his return to L.A.
I feel like I've been trying to will somebody else to lead the Seahawks in receiving yards every single week. It's been JSN every single week. Even last week, he played like half the game, still finished with 93 yards receiving. Look, at some point, you just got to kind of accept it. I don't think Cooper Kupp is going to lead this team in receiving yards unless he pops off like an 80 to 90-yard reception in one of these games. And he had a 67-yard reception last week. Still could not lead the team in receiving yards. So I'm going to let this train go by. I think he gets a nice reception in L.A. I think he has a respectable game. But I think it's JSN every single week until it's not. Heck, I mean, we might even see more Rashid Shaheed on Sunday too. So I'm going to let this train go by.
All right, that train is going by. It's at the next stop, and Matthew Nelson is standing there with a book, waiting to hop on or let it fly by. What we doing, Matt?
That is what I would be doing waiting at the train station. You're right. I am going to board. I think his cup will runneth over with receiving yards.
Wow.
With the bars, though, Matt? With the bars?
That doesn't get bars. That's not barsable. That's no bars.
I like it. You know what? It's going to be beautiful in L.A. They're going to have a montage for Cooper Kupp.
Right.
They're going to highlight his great season, Super Bowl champion and MVP. It's going to be beautiful. But when it's all said and done, JSN is going to have 70 yards in the first half and hopefully hit the century mark again. Doesn't mean Cooper won't have an effect on his ball game, no. Doesn't mean he won't, but I'm going to let this train pass as well. But we love you, Coop. We love you. All right, next up. Matthew Stafford's gone, 20 touchdowns with no interceptions.
It's
20
insane.
of them things. He's on a run right now,
It's
but
stupid.
that stops this weekend. The Hawks will intercept Matthew Stafford.
His last interception came against the Eagles back on September 21st. Like you said, Bump, just an unreal role that he is on right now. I am boarding this train.
Okay.
Here's what's going to happen. The person to intercept Matthew Stafford. Now, the Seahawks actually have a really good history of breaking these long streaks that quarterbacks go on that are interceptionless streaks. Caleb Williams last year on Thursday Night Football, they picked him off.
Yep.
Tom Brady in Berlin or in Munich, they picked him off. I think Aaron Rodgers, he had a really long interception streak.
Josh Allen last year.
Josh Allen, yeah. That's what this team does is when you have a long interceptionless streak, the Seahawks are going to pick you off. And it's going to happen, and it's going to be I'm going to say it's going to be one Ty Okada. I think he gets the job done on Sunday. That's right. A bonus bold take within Hype Train, a segment sandwich, as it were.
Segment sandwich. Ty Okada gets his second career interception. You heard it here. If you get this one right, too, man, I'm just, I don't know.
Look.
I'm going to be like your biggest supporter, but low-key hater at the same time. All right, Matt, is it going down or what?
I'm not boarding this train.
Not boarding it.
As a fellow Matthew, I believe in Matthew Stafford.
Nice.
Us Matthews got to stick together. There are only like 10 of us. It's a very rare name. So, yeah, I can't root against him. Go Matthew.
All right. Go Matthew. All right. You know what? I am going to I'm going to board this train. And if Ernest plays, which we think he is going to play, it's going to be Ernest. He leads the team in interceptions. They're going to confuse this offensive line. Matthew Stafford's not going to see him drop in the middle of the field. And boom, interception. Ernest Jones is going to get her done. All right, last one. Cy Youngs were handed out last night. You got Scooble, you got Skeens. Here's the question. Both Cy Young winners stay with their teams in 2026.
Scooble, Skeens, skr. I just wanted to keep the alliteration going there. I think, yes, both stay with their teams in 2026. Yeah, we'll board that train. I would love it if Tarek Scooble ended up in Seattle for sure. I just don't think the incentive for Detroit is there to trade him right now, especially considering that they could be in contention again next year, especially come the trade deadline. So unless they think that there is absolutely no way they're going to get a deal done with him, and I know they're pretty far apart on numbers, I just don't think there's an incentive to trade him, especially with as close to being at the top of the American League as they were all season long. I think Scooble stays in Detroit, at least to start the season. All
right, they stay. Well, you know, Pittsburgh already came out and was like, hey, man, I mean, we ain't doing that.
We're not
You know
messing
what
with
I'm
that.
saying? You know, Skeens, we're going to work through this. We're going to couples counseling. All right, we're going to read every book there is. We're going to get this done. And then with Scuba, you don't let that guy go. Big up Seattle, too, man. Scuba, local guy. I'm with you. They're going to stay on their teams. Matt, what you got?
No, I think Scooble is going to Pittsburgh and Skeen's going to Detroit. I think it's going to be a wife swap situation.
Hey, that might be the most even trade in all of baseball if that were to go down right there. All right, that was Hype Train. Matthew, you get a lot of participation points. I'm so proud of you, man. I'm so proud of you.
I don't want to talk for the rest of the show.
All right, you're done. I got you. I won't mess with you anymore. All right. Another hour of the Bump and Stacy Show. Then we're going to flip over to the huddle from 12 to 2. But to start the second hour, we'll be joined by Fox Sports NFC West reporter Eric Williams. That's next on the Bump and Stacy Show.
Hawks Live.
This should be fun.
Presented by the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection. Tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square's center court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer. With this week's guest, Seahawks wide receiver Rashid Shaheed. Hawks Live. Tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
I had a young woman who was on a new SUV, and she had attachments to her old car because it was her first car, and she had questions because she was doubling her spending budget, and she was very fiscally responsible. It was almost making her sick. And the best path at that point was to let's stop for the night and you go home and take a breath. She came back in the morning and bought the car. She was way happier. These are major life accomplishments. You have the ability to afford at this tier. You've secured one of the major needs in your life. You should be feeling a tremendous amount of pride and respect for your accomplishments. I'm just grateful that we get to celebrate it with them, that we get to be part of it in that aspect of it.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Winter's here, Seattle. Is your roof ready? Get $500 off by scheduling your free estimate at 3treeroofing.com. Let us make your roofing project easy this winter. Our certified crews deliver worry-free installations backed by industry-leading warranties, even in the rainy season. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Hey, it's Tim Hunter, former Seattle radio goofball here with 2 words that aren't funny. Prostate cancer. Get your annual checkup. Keep an eye on that PSA number. And if you hear those 2 words like I did, talk to the folks at Swedish Cyberknife. 5 treatments, minimally invasive and technologically advanced over the other options. If you were a friend and I consider you one, I'd highly recommend Swedish Cyberknife. We are so lucky to have them right here in town. Do your research, but definitely visit swedish.org/cyberknife prostate.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Their Kraken take on the Winnipeg Jets tonight, looking to get off a 2-game skid. Puck drops at 7 p.m. The Jets take on the Patriots tonight, Thursday Night Football, as Raible continues his MVP campaign. An AL MVP gets announced at 4 p.m. today on MLB Network.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. We are joined now by Fox Sports' Eric Williams. Eric, how we doing today?
Good. How you doing, Bump?
We're doing good, man. It's a big week. It feels like the playoffs over here right now, man. I'm getting ready for this matchup. How important is this game for both teams?
I think it's huge. I think both of these teams feel like they need home field advantage in the playoffs to go where they want to go, which is obviously the Super Bowl. I think it's one of the reasons why the Rams have struggled to advance. You know, in the last couple of years, they've been to the postseason. They've had these games on the road, so they're trying to get them at home. When the Seahawks have been successful in getting the Super Bowl, they've had home field advantage, you know, to make it to that big game. And so this is a game that's going to obviously tilt, you know, in terms of these two teams. They obviously face each other again in a couple of weeks. That's going to be an important game as well. But I think this one kind of sets the tone for what's going to happen in that second matchup.
Eric, today we've been looking at the Rams offense against the Seahawks defense, and it kind of feels like the Rams offense, I mean, for, you know, the injuries to Puka Nacua, you swap out Cooper Kupp with Devontae Adams. I don't know if anybody kind of expected their offense to be as well-oiled as it has been to start this season. What has been just the key to this Rams offense being as prolific as it's been?
It's been a couple of different things. I think the first thing is health. You know, they've been able to be healthy for the most part up front in terms of their offensive line. So the protection has been solid. And you also go back to Matthew Stafford. There was a lot of question about whether or not he was going to be able to play with the back issues, and he hasn't missed a snap because of it. So the fact that they've been able to stay healthy for the most part, I think has been important. The other thing I think is Devontae Adams and what he's added to their offense. And we saw it in training camp. You know, for a guy that is 32 years old, he's still at the top of his game. He's still a guy that can consistently win one-on-one on the perimeter. Particularly in the red zone. You know, he's leading the league in touchdowns right now. A lot of those have come in the red zone. So the chemistry between Devontae and Matthew Stafford is on point, kind of like you saw with Rodgers and Adams when he was with Green Bay. And then their ability to run the football with Kyron Williams and Corum kind of taking a little bit of the load away from Kyron so he can stay healthy. It's hard to kind of take away something from that offense because they do everything so well. So it's going to be an interesting chess match to see McVay go against, McDonald and that defense.
There's so many matchups in this thing, right? You just mentioned McVay against McDonald's defense. You have this high-level Rams defense against this offense over here in Seattle, and then especially the quarterback position, right? I mean, a lot of people are talking MVPs, and I feel like just now Matthew Stafford has entered the chat. How would you describe the way that he's playing, and what do you think his chances are of winning an MVP?
I think they're pretty strong as long as the team continues to win. Certainly he's putting up the numbers that you would expect from an MVP candidate. I believe he has 20 touchdowns and no interceptions over the last 6 games, so you really can't play any better than that. I think the one thing with Stafford that maybe doesn't get talked about enough nationally is he can still move at 37 years old. I mean, he's not going to go out there and run for 20 yards, but he can escape the pocket, get out on the perimeter, and make plays outside of structure to keep the chains moving. So I think that's one of the things that he does effective. And then obviously the accuracy. He puts the ball where he needs to put it, and he's not scared to fit the ball into tight windows to create chunk plays.
This Rams defense, it's a much more well-rounded effort. There's production from all sorts of names on that side of the ball. Who are some names to take note of heading into this one for Seahawks fans when that Seahawks offense takes the field?
I think the one surprise has been Nate Landman, the linebacker inside, and how he's played. He's able to run sideline to sideline. He's probably a little better athlete than I expected coming in. And then his ability to take the ball away. He has, 3 forced fumbles with, they're calling it the Landman punch, but let's be real, it's the peanut punch. He's the guy that was the best at doing it with the Bears. So he's really solidified things in the inside. And then I think Byron Young probably doesn't get enough juice or talk nationally. 9 sacks. Obviously, they have Verse on the other side, so he's getting a lot of favorable matchups, but he's taken advantage of it. Verse has 4 sacks and has the most pressures on the team, but Young has been the one that's been finishing more often out of those 2 edge rushers. So those 3 guys are important. Obviously, their strength is what happens on the defensive line, with Fisk and Kobe Turner and those guys. I think where the Seahawks are going to want to attack them is on the perimeter with Kobe Durant and Emmanuel Forbes. When they've struggled defensively, against the Eagles and against the 49ers, it's been teams attacking them on the perimeter, holding up in terms of being able to protect their quarterback so they can make those plays down the field. And I expect with Jackson, they're going to look to try to attack those 2 cornerbacks.
Yeah, every week, Eric, I'm like, all right, team's got to figure something out to stop JSN, right? He can't keep getting away with this, and every week he does. So now you add Rashid Shaheed to the mix, and you have 2 guys to kind of worry about. How do you think the Rams, or let me change that, do you think the Rams change anything about what they do fundamentally to try to get after JSN, or do you feel like they can create so much pressure up front they feel like they'll be able to help that way?
I think initially they're going to go out there and do what they normally do, which is go out there and play nickel and then maybe single up and try to have help over the top on JSN. I don't think that's going to work. So I think they're going to have to switch things up and bracket him and then force other people to beat them, whether, like you said, it's Shaheed or Cooper Kupp or Torrey Horton if he's able to play this week. I expect I know that the Seahawks have ran a lot of 12 personnel or 2 tight end sets, and they've been effective. But I really feel like they have a better matchup if they go 3 wide and kind of spread the Rams out and let their receivers go to work. I think they would be able to create more explosive plays off of that, obviously using play action with Darnold because he's so effective doing that. But I feel like the better matchup for Seattle in this one is really trying to attack that secondary.
Eric, it kind of feels like there's a couple buckets of like Super Bowl contenders in the NFC where you've got these 2 teams, Seattle and LA, and I think Philly and Detroit or maybe 2 others. When you look at LA and Seattle, which of those 2 teams do you think matches up better with the other group of Super Bowl contenders in filling Detroit? Because it feels like the road to the Super Bowl for either Seattle or LA is probably going to have to involve one of those two teams as well as the team that is going to be opposite them on Sunday.
Yeah, for me, it's the Rams, and I say that because of experience. I think when you look at the history of teams being able to make it to the Super Bowl, you kind of have to go through that process where you get to the playoffs and maybe lose a game and then get back, and then you've kind of learned from those lessons that you learned when you played the previous season. I know when I covered the Seahawks, they went to Atlanta, lost in Atlanta in a game they should have won. And I think they kind of learned from that experience, and they were able to make it to the Super Bowl a second time. And so with the Rams having faced Philadelphia last year in the postseason and lost, I think they've kind of learned from that. They have basically the same group coming back, and then they have an experienced head coach who has been to the Super Bowl and won a Super Bowl. And so I think you benefit from that experience. I think for me, the Seahawks are maybe a year away. Maybe they have to go through that process with this young team once. And then the following year, maybe they're at that point where they can figure things out. That said, I feel like if Seattle is able to get the number 1 seed at home with the 12s, they're going to be tough to beat.
There's a weird situation going on over here, Eric. You get into the red zone inside the 10 or the 5, and we don't see K9. I mean, he had a couple carries last week inside the 10, but didn't get it done. But we're seeing Charbonnet. We even saw George Holani. What do you think is going on? Is it simply running style? How would you make sense of this?
I think Charbonnet really has a nose for the end zone and is good in those tight quarters and kind of pushing the pile, finding the crease, and getting into the paint. So, I mean, I think if you're McDonald, you don't care who scores. You just want to be efficient and make sure that you get into the end zone. And if Charbonnet or Hulani is more effective in doing that, then you're going to ride the hot hand in that situation. That said, we know K9 can create those explosive plays from all different parts of the field. So I think he still needs to get his touches to give you that home run ability, from different areas of the field. But when you get in the red zone, you're just trying to figure out who's most effective. And if Charbonnet is the dude, then, you keep going with it.
Eric, we're starting to see a lot more national press involving the Seahawks where, it's great to have attention on your team. It feels like an acknowledgement of their success, but not necessarily an embrace of it, where it just kind of feels like people have a few toes in the water, but they haven't dove in on this Seahawks team. Why do you think maybe there's some hesitancy to maybe acknowledge them as a legit contender? Because we've been floating theories out. We kind of settled on Sam Darnold's playoff inexperience, but is there maybe something else you're seeing that might be a reason for why there's still a little bit of trepidation?
Well, first of all, people still think you live in log cabins up there in the Pacific Northwest, and there's no power. So I think that's part of it, just being west of the Mississippi and the East Coast bias, having worked for national publications for over a decade. That's real. That's part of the issue. I think the other issue is there's not the kind of swagger or bravado that those teams had, during the Legion of Boom days. There was a lot of big personalities, and I think that attracted attention. And I just don't think you kind of have that with this roster and with your coach. They're very workmanlike. They're very kind of about their business and not kind of out there pounding their chest. And so I think that's maybe one of the reasons you're not seeing the same amount of eyeballs, that you got during the Legion of Boom days.
Eric, I think it's coming though. I'm watching this defense and and how they're
It's
celebrating.
coming.
It's coming.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, because when you watch them defensively, and I did a story with John Snyder earlier this year, and that's kind of what I said to him. Like, when you watch them on film, they're pursuing the football like those teams did. The same kind of energy, same kind of juice. You're kind of seeing that, and I think nationally, that's what people are starting to finally notice. And I think this is a huge game. If they go out and do what they're capable of doing, they could explode nationally. But if they go out there and struggle and Darnold struggles, then, I think you're kind of, you take a step back a little bit.
Hey, the last few years has been all about the AFC when it comes to quarterback play. And it probably still is, right? You got Lamar Jackson who's turning a corner. Obviously, Pat Mahomes is doing his thing, but I feel like you're getting a bit more quarterback play over here with Sam Darnold, obviously Matthew Stafford. I want to throw Caleb Williams into the mix as well. He's playing some good football. How do you think things are balancing out when it comes to star power?
Let's throw Jared Goff in there as well.
Goff,
give Jared his respect.
Baker,
Baker, Jordan Love. We're getting there. I'm going to pump the brakes on Caleb a little bit. They really haven't played anybody, and they've been very fortunate in some of the games that they've won. I think with Caleb, the playmaking ability obviously pops in terms of, his ability to make plays at the end of games. And so I understand why you would mention his name in there. But, yeah, I think it's starting to even out a little bit. Stafford obviously is playing at a high level. Darnold obviously is playing at a high level. Both of those guys, I believe, are in the MVP conversation and will continue to be as long as they continue to put up numbers and their teams are successful. Jordan Love's been a little up and down. Jared Goff just continues to put up ridiculous numbers when you see what he's done. But he plays in Detroit and they've struggled in the postseason, so maybe he doesn't get the kind of shine that he deserves. You also have to consider what he did when he was with the Rams and the fact that McVay wanted to move on from him. And I think you mentioned it, Baker's balling down there. He probably deserves a little bit more shine as well with what he's done with the Bucs. And the Bucs, to me, are a sneaky, really good team that people are probably sleeping on, again, because they're in a smaller market and maybe people don't watch them as much.
Eric, last one for me. It sounds like there should be a pretty good Seahawks fan contingent down at SoFi Stadium this weekend. How do Rams and Chargers players feel about when SoFi Stadium gets kind of overtaken by opposing fan bases? Is that just kind of comes with the territory of being an LA team and being new to the market, or is that something that they maybe bristle about a little bit?
I think it comes with the territory. I don't think they care who's there, whether their fans are rooting for them or rooting against them. I think you just want people in the building, to be honest. Like, if there's 70,000 people there, and I covered the Chargers game last week, and it was probably 70% Steelers fans, and I mean, you have to use silent count at home, which sucks, but that's part of the deal. And I think if you're a Seahawks fan, if you remember back 20, 25 years ago, there'd be a lot of Green Bay fans in the stand when the teams weren't very good. I just think that's kind of a West Coast thing. These teams don't have as large of a history as teams like Pittsburgh or the Giants. And so you're going to have a lot of transient fans that want to travel to these West Coast games, go to Disneyland, go check out Seattle, go to the Bay Area. I just think it's part of teams playing on the West Coast.
Yeah, I make fun of my friends, man. I say I'm from LA, and I tell them, if you're a Rams fan, cool. But if you're a Chargers fan, I'm looking at you sideways a little bit. Like, I don't know about you, man. I don't know about you. All right, man. He's Fox fair. Sports. Yeah, for real. He's Fox Sports. Eric Williams, man. We appreciate your time.
Thanks, Eric.
Yeah, appreciate you guys having me. Have a good one.
Let's get to 4 Down territory.
This is 4 Down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
All right, Bum, first down to you. Who will be getting tested this week?
Man, we saw one of our guys go down last week. Sundell went down, and Oluwatimi was inserted into the game. He only has 63 snaps this year. 33 of those snaps coming last week. My man has been in the game before. He was a starter at one point. He knows what it's like to be out there. But you know how this game goes, Curtis. These guys are going to watch film and say, all right, let's see if this young man is ready. So he will be tested. They're going to stun him. They're going to try to confuse him, do anything to get him off his game. Oluwatimi has to be on point, but that's where you lean on your guards, right? You look to your left and your right, and you ask Bradford for help, and you make sure that Zabel has you on the other side. But naturally, they're going to go after the guy who is new to this. How are they going to confuse him? He's also a quarterback out there. He's got to let these guys know what he sees in the box. So he has a big job. He's a center. He's only played 63 snaps. So if you want a matchup to look at early and to see how things are flowing, look in the middle of the line and check out Oluwatimi and how he's handling the stellar Rams defensive line.
Second down. Bump, what have both the Seahawks and Rams brought back?
They brought back the versatile tight end game. It's crazy to what these guys have done. You got Barner for Seattle playing in 75% of the plays, 410. You got Arroyo playing at 235, Saubert in 235. You have Collar up with 41. 832 total snaps with these tight ends. On the other side, you got Higbee with 298, Allen with 274, Kobe with 213. A little more balance on the Rams side, and then you have Ferguson with 105. I haven't seen a team that had such an even spread when it comes to tight end play, and they've been using them, and it works, man. The tight ends, they make you get into some stuff. They make you have to respect that personnel group. So whoever's in charge of the personnel groups upstairs, man, they're yelling 13 personnel. That's one running back and 3 tight ends. And they can also throw out of that too, man. They're great at throwing out of 13 personnel. They make you match up and set up for the run so they can throw the football. But they will run the football as well. And they'll do the unbalanced look. They have 3 tight ends to the right side, but we're going to run it to the left side. We have 3 tight ends to the left side. We're going to boot to the right side. What they've done with this tight end group has been fun, and it hasn't always been that way this year. This is just an example of Sean McVay showing that he can adjust when need be. So the tight ends are back, and on the Seahawks side, man, we're seeing Arroyo starting to come into his zone. A.J. Barner is clearly the number 1 over here. Saubert does all the dirty work. He's the guy on the backside of the zone. Eventually, I think he's going to have himself a couple of receptions because of just what he brings to the table and how him being in the game set things up. There's some groups that come out, and there's tendencies, right? And when Saubert is in there, most likely they are going to run the football, and he's not going to be an option there. But he has been an option a couple times. Maybe he shines with a couple catches this weekend.
3rd down. Bump, how do you think Rashid Shaheed can help the run game this week?
I think he's going to help the run game because of what he did last week. Last week we saw him get a reverse. And you see that and you think to yourself, all right, they're finding ways to get him the ball. Of course they are. You got to get that man the ball. But what that does is set something else up. So now you put him in the same spot. You show that reverse. The second level expands. Maybe the defensive lineman gets confused, and now you can run the football. The great thing about the jet sweep and the reverse look is that it grabs the eyes. It grabs eyes of the second and third level. It really flashes in front of these defensive linemen to where they think maybe he's getting the football. The Hawks have shown that they will give him the football. So I think that you use that now. So you show the jet sweep and you fake the handoff to him and you hand it off to your running back. Maybe there's a gap there. You want to get really fancy. You fake the jet sweep. You fake the handoff. Now you roll out, boot. Now he's running out on a wheel. Just when you start seeing plays, as fans, I want you guys to go back and think, okay, what would I run off of that? It might not look exactly like what Kubiak's going to do over here, but you get an idea. You start getting creative. This is what Kubiak's been so good at, is building off of plays that he puts on film. You make people prepare for it. You have a wrinkle off of that, and a big play is waiting to happen.
4th down. Bob, anything stand out to you from our conversation with Eric Williams?
One, he's pumping the brakes on Caleb Williams. I understand why he's pumping the brakes. But I see the improvement in that man. I see it. He's so much better under center. They're using the boot to really paint the picture for him, so it's clear as day. They haven't had a really tough schedule, haven't beaten anybody, but they still are, 6-3 or something like that. And I was looking for progression from him this year, and I think we're getting exactly that. Also, another thing that stood out is he says the Seahawks don't have the same bravado as that Legion of Boom group. And when he said that, I kind of pushed back a little bit. I was like, I'm starting to see it, though. I see Leo talking. I see Spoon out there with some passion. I see the second-level guys doing their thing. I think these guys are close. I will never call them or ask them to be the Legion of Boom. But if they keep making plays and having the personality that I do see out there, I think they're going to get even more attention. But I don't really care for them to get attention. I want them to be respected in this league, and I think they are. I think the peers are watching the film, and they know what's going on over here, so it's all good, E. I love Eric when he comes on, too, man.
Oh, yeah, always dropping knowledge. I to that point, I loved that video of the Commanders game where it was Uchenna Nwosu, and I think was Jaron Reed or was it DeMarcus Lawrence? It was one of those two. And Uchenna's asking the Commanders, how much you pay for those tickets? How much you pay for those tickets? And it's a blowout, and it's like you just wasted all that money. I loved that video. That was incredible.
That's what we're talking about, baby. That's swag. Hey, it's a showdown you don't want to miss. Sam Darnold and the Vikings and the Seahawks are in full swing, man. The season is here, and we want to send you there with 3 friends to the November 30th game against Minnesota. All you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app and click on the Win tab to find out how. If you don't already have the app, simply text APP to 866-979-3776, and we'll send you a link to download. Enter daily to increase your chances to win. This contest runs through Monday, November 17th. Let's see what's on tonight.
What's on tonight with Bump and Stacy, brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook at Muckleshoot. Now, here's what's on tonight.
The American League MVP will be announced this afternoon at 4 p.m. Wyman and Bob will carry the announcement live on Seattle Sports. All right, we got more to do when we get back. We got NFL owners crying like little babies because they're being graded and the public knows. Suck it up, Buttercups. We'll talk about that next on the timeline here on the Pump and Stacy Show.
Hawks Live.
This should be fun.
Presented by the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection. Tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square Center Court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer. With this week's guest, Seahawks wide receiver Rashid Shaheed. Touchdown! Hawks Live. Tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. exclusively on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports, on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here. For my friends at People Come First or PCF Construction Group, are you tired of just grilling in the cold and rain every winter in the Northwest? Well, with a patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long, staying warm and dry, even in the wintry months. And I have a special offer for you. PCF's Black Friday sale runs through November, and you can get up to 20% off your entire project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. Most people don't consider building a deck in winter, but if you want yours ready by next spring and summer, then contact PCF right now to start planning. Spend the winter dreaming, designing, and approving your project so you're ready to build by the spring. Remember, planning and permits take time, so get started right now. Find all the offer details, get project ideas, and browse photos at pcfgroup.com or call 425-629-8476. That's 425-629-8476, pcfgroup.com.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us the same story, that in their early 50s, it's not that they couldn't function, they just needed help. They started taking Viagra, and it worked great at first. But after a few years, it stopped working. The problem is that their arteries had become more restricted since they started taking it, because Viagra does not unclog arteries. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we use acoustic wave therapy to target the real problem. We break down plaque and clear up the arteries so blood can flow like it did in your 20s. This restores function. And guys, listen to this. You won't have to take a pill anymore. So if this sounds like you, give West Coast Men's Health a call today and see how we can help.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Nobody hooks you up like Popeyes. The Big Box is the reward that keeps on rewarding. Crack it open and you're greeted by 2 pieces of crispy signature chicken. Or if you want, 3 tenders, nestled in there with the 2 sides speaking to you most in this moment. You got that biscuit, and what are you waiting for? Dig right on in. That's feast mode activated. And you're in Big Box business for $6. Love that chicken from Popeyes. At participating U.S. restaurants, price may vary, tax extra.
We are well into the rainy season, Seattle, but it's not too late to get your roof replaced. Schedule your free estimate at 3treeroofing.com and get $500 off your roofing project this winter. Our certified technicians build a custom plan for your home, ensuring a worry-free installation even in the winter months. Replace your roof now while material prices are low and lead times are short. Stop wasting your time on costly repairs and Band-Aid fixes. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free estimate today and secure your $500 discount. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
What's your holiday tradition? It's G. Scott here. For me, it's gathering with loved ones around a meal that brings joy. For many families, that tradition feels out of reach. Next time you shop at Safeway, please donate to Nourishing Neighbors. Your gift provides groceries to families across Washington, giving them access to nutritious food and the dignity to shop like the rest of us and choose what's meaningful for their holiday table. Visit nourishingneighbors.com and donate at your Safeway checkout. That's nourishingneighbors.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Temperatures are dropping, but you don't have to settle for a chilly home this winter. Keep cozy and safe with energy-saving products during Washington Energy's home heating sale on now. Upgrading your home is as easy as $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 off. Take $1,000 off furnaces, fireplaces, and water heaters, $2,000 off high-efficiency heat pump systems, and $3,000 off whole home generators and ductless mini splits, plus free financing. Washington Energy Services, your expert resource for affordable home comfort. Call for a free estimate.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. Looking for a high school that nurtures both the mind and spirit? Archbishop Murphy High School is where academic excellence meets faith-based education. With a 100% graduation rate and a college prep program designed to challenge and inspire, our students are prepared for whatever the future holds. But it's more than just academics. Archbishop Murphy's robust athletics, arts, and co-curricular activities ensure that every student finds their passion and thrives. Archbishop Murphy High School believes in educating the whole person. That's why we offer a vibrant campus life where students grow not only academically, but also spiritually, socially, and physically. Don't just take our word for it. See it for yourself. Schedule a visit and discover how Archbishop Murphy High School can help your students succeed. Visit am-hs.org. IRG Physical and Hand Therapy proudly supports Archbishop Murphy High School, where your story begins. am-hs.org.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
This is The Timeline. I'm Michael Bumpus with my fellow father, Curtis Rogers.
Hello.
And our nephew, Matthew Nelson, back there. I'm not going to ask him to talk. I asked Matthew to talk earlier today. He did a good job. I'm going to leave him alone, okay? Let's get to the time.
He is thrilled by that, actually.
His word usage is done. He is done back there. All right, let's get to the timeline, man. NFL owners have filed a grievance against the NFLPA to stop their annual team report cards. Look at it.
Can't handle the criticism.
Can't handle it. The owners claim the report cards violate the collective bargaining agreement by airing public criticisms of teams, and Woody Johnson is the most vocal one.
Of
Here's
course
a little statement here. Of course it's Woody. Who else would it be? At the NFL League meeting in March, New York Jets chairman Woody Johnson, who along with Art Rooney of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Robert Kraft of the New England Patriots, and Michael Bidwell of the Arizona Cardinals, and David Tepper of the Carolina Panthers received ownership grades of D or worse, called the survey totally bogus and hinted that it violated the CPA. Johnson said he took issue with how they collected the information, who they collected it from. It was supposed to be according to the agreement we have with the league. It's supposed to be a process where we have representatives and they have representatives, so we know that it's an honest survey. I'm not going to read the rest of it. Listen, if you didn't get a D, you wouldn't be tripping right now.
Right.
It's simple as that.
If he had got a passing grade, he'd been fine with it.
You would have been completely fine with it. And I think that people need this. Here's the legal part of this whole thing. If you violated the contract, then you violate the contract, right? You need to switch it up. You signed it. NFLPA signed it. Owners signed it. But you sound like a crybaby right now. Do better. Have better facilities. Take care of your players better. And it's some of these teams, like, it's not a secret. Like, I know guys in the league, and we've talked to people before, Curtis. Like, this is a known thing that some of these organizations just don't do what they're supposed to do.
Yeah, I think it's only the owners that got the bad grade that have an issue with this. In that article written on ESPN.com by Seth Wickersham and Don Van Natta Jr., there is a quote. It says, one owner told ESPN, quote, that the only owners that don't care for the report cards are the ones who get the subpar grades, end quote. So that owner's like, not my problem. Like, I got a passing grade. I'm good with that. This is not surprising that it's Woody Johnson leading the charge on this, who I think he got an F, if I'm not mistaken, in terms of ownership. And Bill Barnwell, friend of the show, who we've had on multiple times over the years, he pointed out on social media, he goes, It does seem a little curious that an owner can't criticize his own team's quarterback, but if players give those same owners subpar grades, it violates the CBA. Yeah, Woody Johnson, a couple weeks ago, just threw Justin Fields completely under the bus, and Justin Fields had to answer for his owner's idiot comments to the media. Whereas Woody Johnson gets a few minor criticisms, and all of a sudden now, this violates the CBA. You can't tell me how bad I am at my job. I will say, and Justin Hollander, Mariners GM, has told this, I think, a couple times in the media. I know he told us this earlier in the baseball season. The Mariners front office looks at these NFLPA grades for NFL ownerships, and they kind of take those categories into account for themselves as well in order to improve facilities, in order to improve how they communicate with their players, the food options that they're giving their players. Like, this is something that not only has reverberated across the NFL, but other sports leagues are taking notice of it as well. I don't know if we're ever going to see it with like the MLBPA releasing report cards for teams, but this is a big thing that the PA does every single season, and has had a big impact too in the small number of years it's been around. You're seeing teams build brand new facilities because of the horrible grades that they get. I know the Cardinals just announced plans for a brand new training facility because the one that they have right now is just run down and decrepit, and everybody that has been through it is like, this is not up to NFL standards. So I think this is sour grapes on Woody Johnson's part, and he needs to get over it. Like, do better, buddy.
Every company I've worked for has surveys. They ask their employees about the environment, about facilities and all that stuff, man. Just do better. That's all you have to do. Stop crying. Next up on the timeline. Jameis Winston was named the Giants starting quarterback this week. You know he's going to hit us with some quotes, man. This is what he does. Cut 5. Here's a great one.
I want fans to know that I'm going to do my best. Obviously I'm going to have fun, but I'm going to execute, have a surgical execution. And just play ball, man. Like, this is something I've been doing since I've been 4 years old. Now I just get to do it in the greatest city in the world. I'm gonna be saying it with my son. It's the greatest city in the world. Yeah, that's a Hamilton reference if y'all don't know. Yeah, 10-year reunion.
I didn't take Jameis as a Broadway fan, but
hey, you don't know what to take him as.
That's true.
What is he?
He's multifaceted.
My man, he's good in the South. He's good in the East, the West, the Midwest. I mean, he's cultured. He's traveled. Jameis Winston is one of a kind. Now I just hope that he plays some good football. Like, I want to see him go out there and have some success. We know that the weapons are gone over there. Neighbors is out. Scottaboo is out. Still got Singletary over there. A couple good running backs too. But yeah, it's slim pickings over there. He's going to have to elevate that ball club.
Yeah, I thought it was funny. He said he's going to be surgical, and then I'm like, that's not what I would categorize Jameis Winston's playing style as. That guy's going to turn the ball over. We tried to pray to the Lord to deliver him from pick sixes last year. I don't think it's going to work, Jameis, but as long as he's giving us great quotes like that, we'll continue to play them.
I know I said I'd stop talking. I just have to say that is my new favorite player in the NFL.
The way to Matt's heart is through Hamilton. We have figured that out, folks. All right, next up, man, how does Russell Wilson feel about this, man? He's the first person I thought about when Jameis got the nod. I'm not mad at Jameis getting the nod, but, I'm a mental health type of guy when I see how people feel. Here's Russell on that.
Obviously, I want to play, but also, Jameis has worked his butt off, to give him a great opportunity. He's a guy who's played in this league for a long time, and he's one of my closest friends. I know he'll do a great job. I'm going to help him prepare the best way possible. I'll be ready to go. And all that, and felt ready to go last game. Obviously, and I got us all the way down to the 1, inch yard line. We didn't get it. Unfortunately, we didn't go forward, but it's part of the game, and we thought we were going to win the game there and field goal and all that, but it didn't work out. So I know with Jameis though, he works his butt off. Like I said, we have great dialogue, and he's a great teammate, and his work ethic.
Well, Russell ain't tripping. He says, you know what? If you just give me $333, I'll send you a video on Cameo. Cut 7.
What's up, guys? Russell Wilson here. I'm super, super excited about doing something I've been wanting to do for years you guys have been asking for. Inspirational videos about faith, life, sports, anything you guys need, come your way. Unlimited videos on Cameo. Let's go.
Get your money, Russ.
Yeah. Have people actually been asking Russ to be on Cameo, or was this
His cousin did. Yeah. His cousin did. It was like, hey, Russ, you should do that. Get on Cameo.
$333.
$333.
That's
mine's like $20.
Oh, I you could buy numerous Michael Bumpus cameos for the price of one Russell Wilson cameo.
You send me $330. I'll give you one a day for a month.
$333.
Yeah, that's wild.
Russell Wilson better be saying whatever it is you want him to say for that kind of price tag. That's insane.
Yeah, it's nuts. All right, let's get to this last one before we get out of here. Former big league manager Joe Madden was on San Francisco's KNBR and was asked about the San Francisco Giants' hire of new manager Tony Vitello from University of Tennessee. Madden sounds like a guy who's bitter he wasn't considered cut it.
Quite frankly, I'm using the word insulting only from the perspective that it appears as though you don't have to have any kind of experience on a professional level to do this job anymore. Because when I was coming up, you had to have all that. You had to go through the minor leagues. You had to ride your buses. I was a scout. I started in 1981. I finally got a managerial job in 2006. I mean, there was a rite of passage, a method to get to that point. So to think that somebody could just jump in there and do what you took 20-some years to be considered qualified to do, it is kind of insulting.
Hey, man, you got to start somewhere. Yeah. I mean, give them opportunity. If they believe, and I don't know, if he interviewed for this job, then clearly he didn't do a good enough job. This young man did a good job in interviewing. So he sounds grumpy. I hear where he's coming from, but I'm not mad at someone new getting a chance.
Madden, I mean, obviously one of the most accomplished managers of the last 25 years or whatever, has been out of the game since, I want to say 2021, 2022, something like that. So it's been a while since he's been in a dugout. But I just think what managers were asked to do in Joe Madden's time in a dugout is a lot different than what they're being asked to do right now. Mm-hmm. And I just kind of think the game has maybe passed him by in that aspect. No one is discrediting Joe Madden's credentials in all of this. Like, you're qualified for this, but also, like, who's to say that this guy will be a bad hire? We don't know. We don't know what Tony Vitello is going to be like. He's a brash personality for sure, but there's nothing that we can assume about what he's going to be like as a manager until he hands over that first lineup card. Like, sure, you may have felt slighted that you weren't even considered for it, but I'm not going to question what the Giants saw in him compared to other managerial candidates.
Let the young man have a chance. Hey, guys, Hawks Live is back, and you can join Paul Moyer and myself tonight starting at 7 p.m. at Bellevue Square Center Court for a live broadcast and a preview of this week's game against the Rams, plus a visit from newest Seahawk Rashid Shaheed. That's tonight at 7 p.m. at Bellevue Square Center Court. Learn more at seattlesports.com/events. What I need to know coming up next. Get your questions in. 866-979-3776. That's coming up.
The one and only Mark Schlereth. Every Monday at 4 during the NFL season with Wyman and Bob.
How we doing, guys?
We're good, man. We should be, right?
If you look at how Mike McDonald has done there and what he has brought to the table, and then you look at John Schneider, you're talking about potential Coach of the Year candidate and potential GM of the Year or Executive of the Year candidate with where they sit right now.
On Seattle Sports, on YouTube, and the Seattle Sports app.
It's hard to believe the holidays are almost here. And do you or someone on your wish list want the gift of fitness? Well, Brock Heward here, and the Top Fitness Black Friday sales event is on right now. I've told you all for years, there is nothing better than a home gym, and to give it as a gift and to friends, even better. And right now, you could save up to $1,000 on Inspire gyms, Inspire treadmills, and True treadmills, plus get free delivery and assembly on Precor treadmills, ellipticals, and exercise bikes. You can also save, how about this, up to 50% on last year's display models. With Olympic weight bars starting at $50 and home gym attachments and accessories, well, they're up to 50% off starting at just $10. So it's no secret why everyone from personal trainers to pro athletes love Top Fitness. You can visit them in Tukwila, Linwood, or Bellevue, or simply go to topfitness.com. Take care of your family, take care of your friends, take care of yourself with the Top Fitness Black Friday sales event on right now. Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
The Home Comfort Alliance Warehouse Clearance Sale ends soon. Save 25 to 75% on heat pumps, furnaces, and air conditioners. Also enjoy 18 months, 0% financing. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com today.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
Progressive knows you've got enough to worry about in life.
Hi, it's your life again. Feel like another year is just slipping away? Yeah, remember all those New Year's resolutions you made? You still haven't finished the first book. Just 19 more to go. I mean, if we're being honest, it wasn't a very realistic goal. Have you ever considered that you intentionally self-sabotage? So what's that about?
So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Guys, want long-term health you can count on? It starts with knowing your numbers. Right now, Revive Men's Health Washington is offering a comprehensive wellness panel, a $400 value for just $99. It checks your testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. Take control of your health today and stay strong for the long haul. Offer ends November 30th. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com today. Must medically qualify. Terms apply. Contact us for full offer details.
Seattle Sports has your chance to win 4 tickets to the Seahawks game, Sunday, November 30th. Head to the Seattle Sports app, click the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter to win. You can enter once per day, so the more times you enter through the Seattle Sports app, the better your odds. Do it every day, November 11th through November 17th. Details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. From the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
The Bump and Stacy Show is powered in part each day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com.
Hey, Mike Salk here for my friends at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, and obviously New Year's is coming up. Can you believe it? Book your stay at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel for an evening of elegance at a night at the Grand Ball. This New Year's Eve celebration includes the legendary DJ Super Sam. And sports fans, you got to check out the Hawks Peak. You're home for game days with great food and drinks, more than 60 TVs, so you won't miss a play, and a heated, covered outdoor deck with those great views of the Snoqualmie Valley. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Yay to Bruce, the streaming king.
With quantum fiber internet, he's gonna binge.
He wants more, he's got to have more.
More bedtime true crime.
More podcasts in the shower.
Quantum fiber Wi-Fi has the power. More fast internet speed.
He's got the gigs to go big, bring him the games.
Right now.
And his royal we.
More sports non-stop, his quantum fiber's on top. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We're doing what I need to know a little early. Today is Thursday, so from 12 to 2, we switch over to the huddle. So get your questions in now, 866-979-3776. What I need to know. Which QB comes out of the Hawks-Rams game with the best stats?
I mean, Stafford has been incredible this season. 25 touchdowns to 2 interceptions. And Darnold, for as great as he has been, has turned the ball over a bit more than Stafford. Granted, a lot of those turnovers have come in garbage time, especially like last week. I think Stafford comes out of the game with a little bit better stats.
Yeah, that doesn't mean they win the game.
Right.
Yeah, but I think I'm with you on that one. They throw the ball a bit more than the Seahawks do. I mean, last game, Sam threw it 12 times. Granted, it was a blowout. You get 2 defensive touchdowns. But, yeah, I think that the Rams will lean on the pass a bit more. And Matthew Stafford has just been on a heater, man. He's been playing so good lately. But I think I'm with you. I'm with you on that one. All right, next one. What I need to know. I like this one. What is too much money for a fine steak? And would you put steak sauce on that fine steak?
I am not a steak sauce person.
No.
I would never touch a steak with steak sauce. Too much money for a fine steak? I would say anything over like $100 maybe. Is that too? I'm not in those kinds of steakhouses normally.
A good steak, I'll pay like $150, $200.
Okay.
But I'm not doing that often.
Right. Once a year.
It's a special occasion type
anniversary,
of thing. Yeah, anniversary, something like that. It ain't something I'm just every weekend. Let's go get a steak. Nah, I'm not. I'm not down for that. I can get one from the store and prepare it at home and be just fine with that.
Yeah.
Just fine. What I need to know: would you rather have an updated version of NFL Blitz or MLB Slugfest? That's
okay,
a great one.
That is a great one. I think NFL Blitz was more culturally impactful than MLB Slugfest. Now, I played both, obviously. I'm a millennial. That was a big portion of my childhood. But NFL Blitz, when somebody says "da bomb" to you, Bup, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you're scoring a touchdown.
Yes.
Like, that was a massive, massive game, especially the addition. What was it? Cordell Stewart? Was he on the? Yeah, he was on the cover of the first ever NFL Blitz. So I would say I would rather have a new NFL Blitz over MLB Slugfest.
I'm with you 100%. I used to play with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers all the time.
That defense, Warren Sapp, Derek Brooks, John Lynch,
And the tackles, like just torpedo yourself through a human being, jumping on them when they're down. I mean, I've had some battles on Blitz. Yeah, I would. I go with Blitz for sure. I go with Blitz. Let's see. What I need to know. Let's go with this one.
206 says that our taste might be a little too rich for them. They said 100 to 200. We're rich as hell.
Listen. It's not something you do all the time.
Yeah,
I would advise you, if you can, one time, just try the expensive steak, and you'll be like, okay, I feel the
If you're going to like maybe a chain steakhouse, like Claim Jumper or something, $50 then. Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. If you're going to Ascend?
Yeah. Or like Daniel's Broiler or something like that. Yeah. Then you can fork over a little bit more.
What I need to know, Matt, I was going to ask you not to talk again, but I feel like you're the perfect one for this. What I need to know, favorite Hamilton song?
That is tough.
Now, remember, the huddle starts at noon, so you got to end before then.
I really do want to go through basically the entire list. If I have to pick one, what did I miss? It's such a fun song. And Daveed Diggs did so good as Jefferson. It's probably my favorite, but every song in Hamilton is amazing.
Do you hear the passion in that voice?
Yeah.
The passion. What was it called again? I got to look it up.
What did I miss?
What did I miss? Okay. I'm going to look that up for sure.
Oh, somebody said Claim Jumper is permanently closed.
Really?
Yeah, the one in Tukwila.
Hey, it's hard out here, man. It's the economy, dude.
Yeah.
It's crazy. What I need to know. Let's go with this one. Would you be surprised if our defense continues to look as dominant on Sunday as it has looked in the last few games?
I don't think I'd be stunned if they put together a good defensive effort. Now, I don't think this game's going to be a blowout the way that it's been against the Commanders and Cardinals, but I don't think we should be surprised if the Seahawks continue to look like they have a dominant defense. Dominant defenses show up regardless of the opponent. And now, are you going to get 2 defensive touchdowns against this Rams team? Probably not. But could you make Matthew Stafford uncomfortable? Absolutely. Could you force an interception? Absolutely. So I think the Seahawks defense is one that travels for sure. And I think Sunday is going to be another opportunity for that.
I like it. What I need to know, Bum, when you played, did you play Madden to see how you did? Of course I did. And you know what? They had me, my rating was garbage. They had me at a 68. I'm like, 68? Come on, man.
Boost the speed up, boost the agility up.
Yeah, let me get at least a 71. What's going on here, man? It was disrespectful, but accurate at the same time, 'cause they know who the heck I was. All right, man. Curtis, always a pleasure doing the show with you, man.
It was fun. Stacy's back for Bump and Stacy tomorrow. We still got the huddle, though.
Yeah, we still got the huddle. Just Bump and Stacy's done, so Curtis is going to go back to his traditional role as a producer.
Dave Wyman steps in now.
The maestro. Dave Wood. Dave's already here. He dropped his lunch off and everything. All right, so we got the huddle coming up next from 12 to 2.
Hawks Live.
This should be fun.
Presented by the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection. Tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square's center court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer. With this week's guest, Seahawks wide receiver Rashid Shaheed. Hawks Live. Tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with Shannon O'Kelly, President and CEO of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy, inviting you to come work with IRG. And Shannon, what kind of staff are you looking for at IRG?
Brock, we're looking for all kinds of clinical staff, physical therapists, occupational therapists, athletic trainers, certified occupational therapy technicians, physical therapy assistants, you name it on the clinical side, we are looking for those folks. But we are really looking for folks that want to come to an organization that want to be part of our culture and change the culture and work with us to provide the best care and service we can to our patients, our team, and our community. So those clinical people out there, we're looking for you. We also provide advanced certification. We want to provide you mentorship. We want you to grow personally and professionally here at IRG.
And with over 40 clinics throughout the Pacific Northwest, you've got the opportunity to work in the city you want. Just head over to irgpt.com/careers. That's irgpt.com/careers.
Hi, I'm Justin Shirley. We offer 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 24 months on new roofs. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF now. State Roofing and Exteriors. Held to a higher standard since 1968.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry and dream engagement ring to be nothing short of perfect, no matter the price. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. This is the Huddle.
The handoff inside to Charbonnet. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Exclusively on Seattle Sports on 710, Seattle Sports on YouTube, and the Seattle Sports app with hosts Michael Bumpus, Stacy Rost, and Dave Wyman. Time to go inside the Huddle.
This is the Huddle every Thursday from 12 to 2. Today you got me, Michael Bumpus, with my guy, Dave Wyman. You know what Wyman did the other day? It was so weird. He sees me, he goes, "What's up, Michael?" I'm like, "Michael? When have you ever called me Michael?" So naturally I have to call you David after that.
Okay, well, did you think you were in trouble?
It felt like it.
Yeah,
it did.
That's what my mom would be like, "David Matthew." Yeah, so that's when you know you're in trouble.
Yeah, it was.
You're not in trouble, though.
I hope not.
No, you're doing a great job.
All right, man. Well, let's recap what happened last week, Dave. It was a great game. I can only imagine like being you and Raves up there calling the game and watching all that go down 44-22. Just a dominant victory by these guys.
Yeah, I thought it was, first of all, it was just so weird to see the same two players involved in a play, and a guy with 4. That amazed me. I know he's been in the league for a long time, but DeMarcus Lawrence has 4 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, that was they just poured it on him. Really, and they beat him like they should have. But yeah, it was a good way to win. And then also, I thought that playing in the second half, getting the run game going. They end up running the ball 46 times. I thought that was really valuable.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll see if that has an effect, because we talked to Charbonnet yesterday, and he said, it's always the run game is still developing. And that's just kind of one little nitpick I have about this team, is that they need to get that run game going. The turnover ratio thing is concerning. But, yeah, I mean, I thought it was a great – we'll see, how the run game looks in this game against the Rams. But, the fact that they know you're going to run, they're loaded up, with heavier personnel because you've got a huge lead. And I thought that was a good opportunity in a game situation in a game where you can really work on things.
Yeah, I was impressed, obviously, with the defense, and also just how quickly the offense came out. Once again, you scored a touchdown on the first drive. There was a streak, Dave, where it was 22 weeks in a row where they did not score on their first drive, and now it seems like that's something that happens every single week, and mainly because they're able to get JSN going early, too. 82 yards in the first half, ended with 93, but I'm always going into games thinking, all right, is this the week that JSN just doesn't go over 75 yards? I mean, and doesn't have a touchdown, but it seems to be working every week. And now you got Rashid Shaheed, who I feel like will be implemented into this offense a bit more. But it was nice to see the offense drive the football down the field, first drive, put points on the board.
Yeah, and, JSN is just amazing. The things that Sam Darnold is doing, and I can't remember if it was to JSN or Cooper, but he had a little half rollout to his left, turns, throws across his body. Perfect pass.
JSN, yeah.
It was JSN, yeah. So, it's just amazing how accurate he has been and the tightest of windows that he's throwing it. And, sometimes you over-exaggerate a little bit and say, well, that's in the only place it could be. I think he has like 12 throws like that this year where it's, a matter of inches that he is fitting them in there. So he has just been incredible.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch that guy, man. And it's been going back to the defense. We're going to be joined by Nick Emmanwori soon and Patrick O'Toole as well. But defense has been playing good football with twos in at some spots. And Tyrese Knight, I know you kind of touched on it to start the show, the big play that D-Law made, but Tyrese Knight to be thrown into action, did have a bunch of snaps the week before ended the game as the tackling leader for the team. But for him to step in and make those big plays has to be huge for the team and for his mental.
Yeah, well, and also, he got a rough start, and he talked a little bit about, some other issues that he was having, and that was a tough go for him. And then, he gets put in, in the middle of the second quarter in Washington and makes a whole bunch of plays, the leading tackler. And then also, if you just look at, he really understands. I always used to tell my kids when I would coach him on the line, be stingy with the space.
Right.
Just make sure that you are, reaching as far as you can and running as fast as you can and all those different things. But if you look at the way, especially on the second one where Tyrese Knight hit Brissett's arm, that was if it had been any earlier, or I'm sorry, later, it would have been forward motion. So, he's got a great sense for that. When he hits people, he's got a lot of pop. And then he just has a really good sort of sense of sifting through. But he's another sifting through blockers. But he's another guy that is one of those guys that was kind of considered a backup for a while. Same thing with Ty Okada. They've got their second string guys playing really well, and I think that's just a sign of everybody understands what this defense is all about because you're just plugging guys in and they're making plays.
There's a play. There are always some plays within a game, Dave, and I go, that's a Dave Wyman play right there. And I think of the fourth and goal when Ty Okada gets into the backfield and chops him down. I think Peely kind of forced the running back to bounce a little bit, and Ty Okada gets back there. I looked at the end zone, and it's like gap integrity and stalemate at the line of scrimmage won that, which allowed Ty Okada just to be free and get back. I love plays like that because it shows us everyone just doing their job.
Right, yeah, and that's really, look, at some point, you go, okay, well, guys are backups for a reason, and we would love to have Julian Love back out there, but Okada doing a great job, and you ever walk next to that guy, he is not a big fellow.
No.
And he is a guy that really will bring everything. So I love what Mike McDonald said to him. I'm kind of paraphrasing, but he just said, play with energy. Don't try to solve every problem. The plays will come to you.
I like
and it. That's what they've gotten out of their backups.
You mentioned this, too, 198 yards on the ground. You got Zach Charbonnet, 14 carries for 83 and a touchdown. Halani gets a touchdown. K9 gets 14 carries themselves for 67. You think this is the formula right here? Like half and half, obviously, for Zach and Walker. You sprinkle in some Halani as well, and then Rashid with a couple carries himself.
Yeah, and first of all, I think with Rashid in there, and whenever you have the threat of that fly sweep, it just kind of cuts your defense in half. Everybody on the backside has to be disciplined and stay home, and so that always creates great angles for the blockers and everything. But as far as that goes, I'm trying to figure out who is my favorite back. I like Charbonnet because I just like his power, and that there's always the threat that he's going to run you over. But K9 looks incredibly explosive too. But I'll tell you what, when we get into the Rams, I feel like their run game is better than ours. I mean, it is statistically, but then also if you look at just the way they time up the blocking, and when especially Kyron Williams hits the hole, it's just like perfectly timed. So, and that's where we need to take a step forward.
Cooper Kupp is going back. Well, we don't go there yet. No, let me pause on that. We'll get to Cooper Kupp and him being back there. Let's focus just a little bit more on the game that we saw. There was a guy who stepped up and made a couple good plays 2 weeks in a row now. Reek Woolen, man, he's looking like he's getting his confidence back.
I loved what Reek did when I did my little recap that we do for our shows on the website. He was the last guy I talked about, and I know he only had, and I got a chance to talk to him after the game, but he was put down for 2 passes broken up. I thought there was more than that, first of all. Like and then he was just incredibly sticky, and what a great story he is. I mean, I think he was in the doghouse. Maybe he got saved because some of the injuries that were going on early on, and he's just played his way right. And now all of a sudden he's making plays, and he's got that confidence. And, and I feel like once you do that, it's like, I always say it's like putting a recipe in your back pocket. You're like, okay, I know I can do that. Yeah. I can cover these guys. I can run with them. And he's also finishing, right? That's the one thing that you hear a lot from McDonald is a guy's not finishing. He's finishing plays, and there's an urgency in the way that he plays. So, yeah, I mean, he's a great story. I think this year. I think when we look back, if he continues to play this way, especially.
Yep, love the contributions that we are getting all across the board, man. The D-line, the second level, the third level, the offense is doing this thing. You're going to need these guys to step up. So one of the guys who I think is going to have a big role in this game is going to join us pretty soon. That's Nick Emmanwori. He is going to join us here on The Huddle. You guys stay tuned. That's coming up next.
On a 4-game win streak.
Are you kidding me?
With a pair of dominant wins over the last 2 weeks.
Another touchdown! Seahawks!
Comes the biggest game of the season for the Seahawks. A battle for first place in the NFC West.
It is going to be a behemoth of a matchup.
I definitely can see we've done something special. I mean, the sky's the limit from here. It's just all about us.
Seahawks, Rams, Sunday. Kickoff at 1:05. Pregame at 10 on Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
The LJ way is.
You look at stuff like this and it's like, I don't want to come into an industry and work on a place that is going to compromise how I feel about myself. I get to go to work every day with good people, and I get to enjoy what I do because I'm out there just trying to do right by people I care about, which is our community. We're going to see them at the grocery store. I'm going to see them at the sports tournaments. 2 friends of our daughters came in last night just on the lot, didn't know I was there, and it was cool because you got to take them through, and they're going to buy a car for their first driver and a car for their kid going to school soon. These are the people that you're going to work with, and so you better make sure that your laundry's clean. I don't think Lee Johnson specifically, right, Speedway Chevrolet, where I'm at, I don't think they've ever had a problem with the community of being able to stand up and look them in the eye and know that they did their job well.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
I know a lot of you guys are listening from your phones right now, so it's the perfect time to give a shout out to my friend make claims saying this and that about how great their network is. And I'm just here to set the record straight that AT&T is America's fastest and most reliable wireless network. I don't know about you guys, but it just gives me so much peace of mind when I'm going to do the things I love and I know my wireless network's got me. Like if I'm going to a concert or a basketball game or even something outdoorsy, knowing I'm going to have fast service and can share what I'm up to is a game changer. You want to know you can post what you want to post, call who you want to call, and with AT&T, it literally doesn't matter where you're going. I promise you, they're already there. Don't just take it from me. Actual tests prove AT&T is America's fastest and most reliable wireless network. When you compare, there is no comparison. Based on RootMetrics' United States Root Score Report, 1H 2025 tested with best commercially available smartphones on 3 national mobile networks across all available network types. Your experiences may vary. RootMetrics rankings are not an endorsement of AT&T.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
This is the home of the Seahawks. Going to let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN Seattle Sports.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text AREA to 42424 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text AREA to 42424. That's AREA to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Back to the huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Welcome back to the huddle. Michael Bumpus with Dave Wyman. We're joined now by Nick Emmanwori. Safety for your safety, nickel, moving around, backers, sometimes rushing off the edge, man. Just doing a little bit of everything, man. And over the weeks, it's been kind of fun to see you do different things, man. They're really opening up the playbook for you. How you feeling about that?
Feeling good about that, man. As the weeks go on, learning more stuff and just figuring myself out, figuring out this defense and figuring out how the NFL works. So.
You play like a veteran, man. It looks like you're like a four-year vet in the league. Was it difficult to come in? I mean, the speed. When did you feel like you were up to speed? Because it looked like right away, to my eyes.
Yeah, I appreciate that. But yeah, it was a little difficult coming in as far as like just transitioning to the NFL game, as far as like how things work and the schemes and just the defense and like learning what to do. But I think from a physical standpoint and a mental standpoint, I wasn't that far behind. So I got some great coaches here, great vets. We got a great room. So it's like when you got great people around you, it's easier to develop, and it just made my process even better.
He answers questions like a vet, too.
Yeah. Well, I remember we interviewed you early in the season, and you said something that stayed with me. And I was like, oh, man, have you had your moment yet? And he was like, essentially said, no, they got to worry about me. Like, I ain't worried about them. You got to worry about me. So now when I watch you play, I try to get that mentality. Like, that's the way he's thinking when he's on that football film. And it shines. You can see that stuff, man. What was it like going up against a good tight end at McBride last week? That was a fun matchup.
Yeah, that was a cool matchup, man. I missed him the first game. And, I knew coming up to this game I was going to be relied on heavily as well as the whole secondary, too. But, I knew that was my matchup all week in practice. That was 3 versus 85. Whatever matchup coverage we had, it was you on 85. So I was excited for that matchup, and I think I did well. Held my own, made a lot of plays against him. But he a good tight end, so I give him his respect. But
he don't say nothing either, huh?
Yeah, he wasn't really talking that much. I don't think he really could have had room to talk. The way the game was going, but he wasn't really talking on film. He was a little, but I was expecting a little bit more, but I didn't really get that.
Yeah.
So.
Are you a talker on the field?
I try to be, but like sometimes when the games is like I don't try to be, but like if the moment's there, I'll say a little something, let them know I'm here, whatever. But sometimes I be too tuned into the game, and it's like it's so much going on. It's like I ain't got time. But whenever I get my chance to, I'll let somebody know.
We interviewed a guy earlier today. We're gonna play his interview, and he said one of the reasons why the Hawks aren't getting a lot of attention, but now y'all are, was because the bravado is different. Always Legion of Boom. And I told him, I go, are you watching the same film I'm watching? Because y'all are making plays out there and playing with passion. And I think that week by week, I'm seeing more and more of that.
Yeah, that's great. I think, like people just kind of get caught up in nostalgia a little bit. Like that Legion of Boom era was great. And they one of the best defenses ever. But, if you watch our tape, man, I think we playing great ball on offense, defense, but especially on defense, man, I think we, and to this day, I don't think we all been out there at the same time healthy. We still missing Julian. Todd's doing a great job, but, we still missing some pieces here and there. But we're finally starting to click as a defense as far as, like, disrupting the whole game. We've been doing that all season, but, it's starting to click. And even our depth, we got a lot of depth pieces, but I think we're doing a great job as a defense, and we've been putting the league on notice every week. So.
Nick, we talked to you right after you got drafted, and I asked you a question. Would you rather have a takeaway or would you rather have a big hit? And he wisely answered, if it's the Niners, I want a big hit. And we got so many texts from people. They're like, this is my new favorite Seahawk. They love you for that. But seriously, I mean, taking the ball away, I mean, it's the whole point of playing defense is that's probably, number one, right?
Yeah.
Sack or a pick over a sack.
Pick over a sack,
yeah.
Pick over a sack, especially, being a DB. I like, growing up, I first started off playing corner, play safety. Like sacks are cool. I love getting sacks. Like, that's fun, disrupting the game. But, like, getting a pick is, like, it's a little bit more like, it's a great feeling behind that, especially pick sixes and stuff. So that'll be coming real soon. Hopefully just speaking it into existence. It'll be coming, definitely looking to get some pick sixes and get some more takeaways in the secondary.
I do a game preview for the Hawks every week, and I'm going to spoil it. But one of my keys to this game are just you against the tight ends. They line up in 13 most in the NFL for y'all listening to this, 3 tight ends, one running back. And they run out of it, but they also throw out of it. What kind of challenges do you think they present this week?
I think we got to, just like how they do different stuff, how different personnel is, we can do the same stuff out nickel personnel and stuff. Like, me playing nickel, it kind of just changes kind of like our whole dynamic of the defense. Like, it just gives us more room to move around freely, and we can have, like, it's just a different dynamic. Like, teams try to get out of nickel because you can't really stop the run in nickel, but with me at nickel, you can stop the run, you can guard tight ends, you can do a little bit of everything. So I think it gives them a dynamic to kind of try to look how can they attack us and how can they get around us more than how can we, how am I going to look to stop them?
Right.
That's kind of like how I always think. Best way to put it.
Yep. Who's a vet that's really given you a lot of information and helped you out a little bit? Who do you sort of rely on? Probably a lot of guys, but who do you hear from the most? Who do you talk to the most?
I'd probably say Kobe Bryant. If I had to single out one dude, but our room it's hard to kind of single out one dude because our room is like genuinely filled with a lot of vets. Like, you got Reek Willen, Spoon, you got Julian Love, Kobe. And so it's like Shaq. So it's like we got a room full of vets and like older dudes, but I'll say like more one-on-one time, I sit right beside Kobe in the meeting room. So me and him have a little bit more like intimate conversations about what we're watching and stuff.
Yeah.
So you played in the SEC, obviously. How do the 12s compare to the noise of the crowds in the SEC?
Yeah, I think it's like probably a lot of stadium I played in as far as like actual down-to-down noise and stuff. You know, SEC got a lot of great stadiums, super loud. A lot of people like mentioned Tennessee, even South Carolina, great stadium. But you know, a lot of people said the NFL stadiums and the fans weren't really that loud and stuff. But Seattle, I've never heard that about like any Seattle team, or like said the Seattle fans, they go crazy. So when I went up here, like all the guys was telling me like, wait till you get in there for a home game, like you'll see for real. So I didn't really believe him until I actually got in there, and it was like we really couldn't hear the dude beside you. So I think it's an advantage for us, though. You know, being that loud obviously helps us out, and it's just great to have that atmosphere, because not a lot of NFL teams got that atmosphere as far as like fans coming to the game and stuff. So I think that's great. I enjoy it.
It's because of you guys, because you guys are giving them something to be hyped about. There were a couple years here where it was loud, but not what it used to be. So that's a tip to cap to y'all, man.
So.
Yeah, take us back to draft day. A lot of people thought the Seahawks were going to take you in the first round, and were you expecting? And you know, how did that go down?
Yeah, that draft it was kind of like it was like a weird, I won't say weird, but it was like an odd time, kind of like trying to figure out where I was going, because a lot of teams had me going as early as maybe 13 through the whole first round. So I had no idea where I was really going. But the team I thought I was either going to go 17 to the Bengals or 18 to the Seahawks right there. So, and then a lot of teams in the back, maybe back 5 or 6 picks, like the Commanders, Ravens, the Chiefs, Bills. I was pretty sure like one of those teams were going to come pick me up. But so when I didn't go in the first round, I was kind of like really kind of confused, shocked, especially you know, looking at the next pick. I didn't see Seattle in like the early second round, so I had no idea where I was going. So when they came up and traded me, I was kind of like confused on like who was actually on the phone and calling, which is the craziest story. So like if you like really watch the interview, the draft call, it was like I had no idea who was really on the phone or like what team was calling me, because I knew Seattle picked like later in the second, and it was like a whole bunch of different teams I never really even spoke to. So my draft day was crazy, but glad it worked out, though.
Hey, it was working out great.
We are, too.
Yeah, we appreciate you, man. Thank you for taking time out of your day, and we'll talk to you soon.
So appreciate you guys.
All right. Stacy, Nick Emmanwori blessing us real quick. When we come back, man, we'll hear from Patrick O'Toole and a whole bunch of others. We got the Sam Darnold presser as well. That's next right here on The Huddle.
Hawks Live.
This should be fun.
Presented by the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection. Tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square Center Court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer with this week's guest, Seahawks wide receiver Rashid Shaheed. Touchdown! Hawks Live. Tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. exclusively on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports, on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
When I was playing ball, November was always such a pivotal time, because that's when you truly see whether your team is a contender or a pretender. Many teams enter the month with a chance to win a championship, and what they do these next 4 weeks can make all the difference. What's up? It's Michael Bumpus here. And even though my playing days are over, November can still mean big wins at Silver Reef Casino Hotel. All you have to do is claim your free entry at any promo kiosk. Every Saturday in November at Silver Reef, 2 winners are drawn every hour starting at 6 p.m. to score huge prizes. Someone's going to win a Hawaiian vacation, an awesome outdoor grill, or $10,000 cash. Here's what you have to do. This weekend, book a stay at Silver Reef Casino Hotel, watch the college football games on Saturday, and stick around to see if you walk away with a big-time prize or cash money. Entry is free. More information at silverreefcasino.com/promotions. Book your stay at Silver Reef Casino Hotel. Drive up I-5 North, exit 260.
Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out, but also, what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you actually don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from threats online. Plus, well, you get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices with no one battling for bandwidth. And for the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand 6, 7, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. All with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply, select plans only.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Guys, want long-term health you can count on? It starts with knowing your numbers. Right now, Revive Men's Health Washington is offering a comprehensive wellness panel, a $400 value for just $99. It checks your testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. Take control of your health today and stay strong for the long haul. Offer ends November 30th. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com today. Must medically qualify. Terms apply. Contact us for full offer details.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III. Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
At Bible Law Group, our team reflects the same lessons learned by our founder, James Bible, while playing for legendary Husky coach Don James. Coach James always said it's amazing what gets done when nobody claims credit. That's the philosophy we carry into every case, because your victory is what matters at Bible Law Group. When your legal problems hit biblical levels and you feel like you're stuck in a lion's den of litigation, you need a legal team that won't back down. At Bible Law, we've secured over $40 million in settlements for our clients, and we're ready to fight for you. Find us online at BibleLawGroup.com.
You have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
Back to the huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Welcome back to the huddle. I'm Michael Bumpus along with Dave Wyman. We're joined now by Patrick O'Connell, LB for the Seahawks. How you doing, man?
Good. I appreciate you for having me.
Good. Thanks for taking time. I know you guys got a lot going on this week, man. How's the body feeling? I mean, we're halfway through this thing. How's the mental? How's the body?
Yeah, it's going good. Just trying to stay ready, stay prepared. Body's feeling good. Mentals are good. Just ready to go play.
Awesome.
Yeah, you're run down on kickoffs, right? You on? Tell me the special teams that you're on. I want to say.
Yeah. Last game I was playing kickoff, KOR, and punt return.
Yeah. How was that getting back out there, man?
It was good. It felt good to be back out there with the guys and just putting my work to use on the field. So it was great being out there again.
What do you think is the best part of your game? If you had to highlight something, what do you think it would be?
I mean, I would say effort. It's kind of overlooked in a lot of areas. You know, people say that effort is actually like a skill, because if everyone would do it, then they would play with high effort every single play. And I think that's one area that I take pride in. So
it's funny you say that. I was my daughter yesterday had a bad practice, and she gets in the car, she's all upset, and I go, well, you know what? effort will take care of all of that. You can you can not be on point with your skills or whatnot, but if you just give effort, good things are going to happen. So
Absolutely.
I'll make sure she listens to this interview and hears it from a pro.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting. For me, it was always kind of an awareness thing, where I would see myself like jogging every once in a while, and I'm like, oh man, what am I doing, right? I mean, I feel like that you guys kind of have that going, especially if you're on the field with a guy like Witherspoon, who's just constant energy, and kind of feel like that's what's going on with your defense right now. Yeah. Everybody's just playing to a little bit higher standard.
I agree. Everyone feeds off each other. You see guys like Spoon and everyone, honestly, going out there and playing as hard as they can for one another, and you don't want to let your brother down, so everyone's playing with high energy, high effort, and it's just contagious.
So I host the pre-halftime and post-game show, right? So we get into the post-game show, and I'm walking by some of the fans and stuff, and they're like, What is there to talk about? Like, they just blew them out. I go, trust me, this is football. There's always something these coaches are going to critique and try to get you going. So even though you guys had a great day on defense, what do you think is something that what was the focus this week on working on?
There's always stuff, especially on like third downs, you can always focus on, why they got this, why they got that. If you just limit them to having like 2 or less a game, if they get two less a game, then your percentages are going to go way down, and that's going to make you such a better defense. And, you can critique little tiny things like that. There's always stuff to work on, like you said. It's too hard to pick out every single thing, but there's little plays here and there that you just take from the film and you make it happen on the field.
Yep. You guys have, special teams wise, has been fantastic. You got the touchdown in Pittsburgh. You had a punt return for a touchdown, blocked a kick. I mean, there's been a lot. What's different about Jay Harbaugh? The other thing is he's got 2 big D linemen running down the middle of the kickoff. I mean, there's a lot of innovation going on there, it seems like.
That's a good word. I was going to bring up the creativity and just not staying stagnant, always having a plan for every single team. Studying and preparing and dominating, going out there and putting the work to use. I'd say Jay is super creative with the scheme, and then from there it's us putting the work in and trusting him, and then going out and playing with high energy, high effort, and making it come to life. Yeah.
I saw last week, or the week before, when Peely punches the ball out, him and who was it? Mike, I believe.
Mo,
we're right next to each other, right?
Yep.
Last week, there was a gap between 2 guys in between. And as my football mind kicks in, and I go, I bet all week they prepare for this certain look, and now you get something else. How often do tweaks like that happen? And then another question, how fun is kickoff cover now? Because when we were playing, I had to run 70 yards down the dang field, run through a guy bigger than him, and try to get to the football.
Yeah, so to the first one, it's super hard to prepare for because, we're, like I said, we're not going to be stagnant. We're going to move guys around and try and be unpredictable. And then to your second point, it's like it's such a different game now with the kickoff rules and the dynamic kickoff. And now it's just like it's one-on-one. You have to beat your guy. You got to play with extension and play with length and go out and dominate your guy. And then you have to shed a block, and then you got to make a play. So
which one you like better, the old one or the new one?
I mean, they both had their ups and downs, so it's tough.
I hated kickoff return. I played my way out of that job.
Oops, missed that.
Well, sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, it used to be you had to retreat like 15, 20 yards and then turn around, try to get a block. But and then, all week I was calling them L1 and R1.
Right.
And then I saw that they were, 3 or 2 or whatever. They put the big guys out on the side there. But what about takeaways? You're starting to come, and what's your kind of theory on that? I feel like it's like when you take care of all the small details, then you can kind of, maybe take a shot every once in a while. But, maybe something that starts to explode. Are you guys playing on defense in a way that makes you think there's going to be more coming?
Yeah, I'd say it's because of the emphasis that we put on it. And then from there, it's just like trusting the game plan, knowing the game plan cold, and then going out and executing that. And then once you're there, you got to be ball aware. So that's what we try and work on every single day in practice, is being ball aware, knowing where the ball is every single play and being able to punch at it or get a strip sack, picking off the ball, and then if you're not, then we're trying to put an emphasis on that. Like I said, just and then you can get a fine every single day if you're not making a play. So
oh, really?
just within the room, a little.
The punch out thing is really interesting to me. They have a linebacker, that Nate Landman kid, who kind of specializes in it. You know, if you go all in on that, you might miss a tackle. So, I mean, what's the sort of formula there? Because, I mean, it seems like you either, if you're the second guy there, go ahead and take a shot, or how's that work?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times we teach the first guy there is going to be the guy to wrap up.
Right.
Second guy and third guy coming in to punch or rip. But you see guys that are really good at it where they can wrap and punch at the same time, or guys that tackle at the level of the ball. So they put their helmet on it, or they're punching through it while they're tackling and wrapping. And then you talk about like guys in transition a lot, guys that are just catching the ball, turning upfield. That's a great opportunity for guys to punch. But yeah, like you said, you know, Mike showed Nate Landman in the team meeting just how ball aware he was and how we have to be sound as a team because guys like them on the other team are punching at the ball.
Yeah. I'm so glad that wasn't part of the game when I was playing. It was just rip. You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah, that's
rip.
what we did.
Yeah, that changed the game right there. Tell me about young Pat, man. Are you from Montana?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, born and raised there.
Born and raised in Montana. You like to hunt? What do you like to do?
Yeah, I mean, when I have time, I like to get out hunt and fish and do all the things that we do over there, skiing and, you know, skiing, building fires, doing whatever. I mean, just anything outside, honestly.
The Northwest introduced me to all that. I'm from L.A., so first time I camped was out here. First time I shot a gun was from out here, got on the water out here.
That's right.
Yeah, the Northwest. So I can imagine going a bit more east, a bit more intense than out here.
Yeah, I mean, it was awesome growing up there and being able to do everything that I did. And, yeah.
Yeah, they take your card away in Montana if you're not a hunter or building fires and stuff in the woods,
right?
No
kidding, yeah. Yep.
Hey, when you were growing up, what position did you think, you know, once you got into football, you know, did you play offense and then who were some of the guys that you looked up to that you really liked watching?
Yeah, growing up, I always played running back and linebacker. Then I got to high school. I played more fullback, tight end type position, and then obviously played linebacker still. Going into college, played my first year. I started at the University of Mary, a small D2 school in North Dakota, and I played off the ball backer. And then when I transferred into the University of Montana, I moved to basically play edge. So I was rushing the passer a lot more. Even though through all that, I was still a Seahawks fan and everything. So my whole life I was looking up to Bobby, watching him, and then being able to play with him my rookie year was pretty awesome and special.
You ever hear of Jack Lambert?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was my guy.
Nice.
Yeah, when I was growing up, my mom framed I had one of those Sports Illustrated posters that you could order at school. And, and she framed it for me, and I still have it somewhere. But, yeah, that was my guy. And I knew I was going to be a linebacker for whatever reason. Same with you?
Yeah, I mean, it just kind of stuck with me from the time I was, like, in middle school. I just played linebacker, and I loved it. I just loved tackling and hitting guys, and just I think it was kind of a byproduct of the coaches I had. They kind of saw that that's where I belonged, and luckily it stuck. So
it looked in his eyes and said, he's got linebacker eyes.
Yeah, that's right. I guess so.
He's gone away. Hey, Pat, man, we appreciate your time, man.
Yeah, thank you,
Hope
guys.
you have a good week, and go do your thing.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you guys.
All right,
Thank you.
linebacker Patrick O'Connell. When we come back, we'll hear from Sam Darnold and his pressure. That's next, right here on The Huddle.
On a 4-game win streak.
Are you kidding me?
With a pair of dominant wins over the last 2 weeks.
Another touchdown! Seahawks!
Comes the biggest game of the season for the Seahawks. A battle for first place in the NFC West.
It is going to be a behemoth of a matchup.
I definitely can see we've done something special. I mean, the sky's the limit from here. It's just all about us.
Seahawks, Rams, Sunday. Kickoff at 1:05. Pregame at 10 on Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger. But your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Coach Saban here, and let me tell you, every second matters. Preparation is everything, and that's why I trust Kidde Smoke Alarms.
And as North America's #1 home fire safety brand, they're built to respond over 25% faster to smoke detection. Kidde helps protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. #1 claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidde 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition products.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/play.
Selling cars is a really easy business. It's complicated by really bad dealers. And why do we do that? Well, because we think that the less information we give and the more that we can dictate it on our terms, the more profitable we'll be. And what we found is that this is the exact opposite. The easier we make it, the more information we give, the more comfortable customers are in doing business with us. Now, that one transaction, we might make a little bit less on, but it's not the one. It's that one that leads to the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth. It's not the one individual. He's like, but you never get to the spouse, the parents, the kids, the friends, if you don't take care of them first.
It's not a script. It's a belief. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends and explore the lively nightlife scene. The Dining District at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/dining district.
This is The Huddle. Every Thursday from noon to 2.
On Seattle Sports.
At the Arizona 43. Opening drive by the Seahawks. Play fake, and Darnold's going to roll left. Has time. Going to let it fly. Got a man deep. Reaching up. Touchdown! Seahawks! And guess who? Jackson Smith and Jigba with the touchdown reception. Tightly covered, but dropping that baby in the bucket. Sam Darnold from 43 out. The Hawks up 6-0.
Let's go to the podium and hear from QB1, Sam Darnold.
What's going on, guys? Good. Obviously a tough divisional game this week that we're really looking forward to. Got a great defense. I feel like they're doing a really good job. I think they're up there, if not #1 in forcing turnovers. That's always tough whenever you're on against a defense like that can, you know, punch the ball out, take it away defensively. And so for them, I think just, you know, rush and coverage kind of working together. They got a great front, tied with really good backers and really good DBs that make it all come to life. So we're really looking forward to the opportunity.
How easy or hard is it to speed up your mechanics or delivery when you've got guys that are not just taking the ball away, they've got quarterback hits and pressures too?
Yeah, you know, I think that's the name of the game, right? If you can get home rushing 4 or 5 guys every single time, you know, you love that as a defensive coordinator especially. So, you know, we got to be on our P's and Q's, but also, you know, they like to mix it up. They like to bring certain pressures, so we just got to be ready for it.
How does the defense they're playing this year compare to what you guys saw, what you saw with them last year? Yeah,
you know, they're doing some similar things, but obviously, like every offense, like every defense, like every team in the NFL, you know, they're evolving, you know, with the personnel that they have and all the different things that they can do defensively. So, you know, they've shown a lot of different things this year, and we're excited about, you know, going up against these guys.
What are you seeing from Quentin Lake, 37, and how they use him?
Yeah, you know, I feel like, you know, he's kind of the one back there that, you know, is kind of directing people where to go, and just kind of running the show back there, and for a good reason. You know, he seems like a smart football player, you know, and again, it's, you know, he's obviously, you know, really good, and not only him, but, you know, some of the other, you know, DBs that work along with him, and the linebackers for that matter, in just disguising a lot of their coverages and a lot of their pressures. So it definitely makes it tough to go against, but exciting, like I said, about just the opportunity that we have.
Do you go back and look at those 2 games from last year against them much at all, or is it obviously that was a different team you were playing with?
I mean, we look at everything. You know, we're looking at all the games that they've played this year. You know, games that, you know, I played last year. Yeah, we look at everything just to kind of see, you know, see what we could potentially get on Sunday.
You know, we're gonna defense is playing the way that it is.
Mm-hmm.
How does that change the formula, change the entire feel of the game for you on offense?
Yeah, you know, I think I said this after the game, but, you know, just playing with a defense like that, you know, can give you a lot of, you know, comfort as a quarterback. Obviously, you know, I'm still going to continue to push myself, push the guys on offense to continue to be better. You know, I think we got to continue to protect the football. I think that was a huge emphasis coming out of that game that we had last week. But again, you know, with our defense playing the way that they are right now, yeah, they're playing well. And again, we just got to continue to do what we do on offense.
You know, we're going to ask you, is this Rams game personal for you? How personal this is?
No, I think for us, it's just about going down there. For myself personally, it's about going down there and taking care of business. You know, you know, it's as simple as that.
What did you take away from that playoff game for yourself in quarterbacking?
Yeah, I think, you know, just, you know, having answers. I think that's the biggest thing is, you know, and I feel like I had opportunities to get the ball out, and I didn't in that game. And, yeah, I just feel like having answers for certain looks and being able to just go through my progressions, go through my reads, and trust my feet and my eyes.
You talked about protecting the ball, and this feels like a game that could definitely come down to the end. You guys have had some turnovers at the end of the game.
Mm-hmm.
How do you change that if that's what happens this week as you get down to a close game?
Yeah, I think it's just what I said. I think it's, you know, being very deliberate with kind of my progressions, going through my reads, understanding when the pocket's, you know, a little bit messy and when I need to maybe check the ball down or even just throw it away. So I think that's going to be a huge point of emphasis this week. But again, I like to play every single play as its own and kind of go from there.
You've only been sacked 10 times in 9 games. What do you make of that fact?
Yeah, I think first of all, it's a good, you know, our offensive line is playing incredible. Tight ends, running backs, all those that are, you know, in protection, they're doing a great job. And then our receivers being able to get open. And then for me, it's just being able to get the ball out and going through my reads.
The guys have talked about the outside noise. It's kind of, you know, about this game, and that will start to come around you guys more if you guys keep winning. How do you sort of, you know, eliminate that or not get that seep into you guys?
Yeah, I think, you know, it's just understanding who we are, who I am as a person, understanding the guys in the locker room, the coaching staff. You know, we're all working so hard every single week. You know, we enjoy you know, when we do get a win, we enjoy it on Monday. But, you know, on to the next, Monday night, really, Tuesday, and we're focused on next week.
You talked about a while ago leadership style that you kind of admire is the quiet, like offensive line kind of. Was that always the way that you kind of led, or is there a time that you tried different kind of leadership styles and just settled on this one?
No, I think for me it's always, if I need to speak up or, say something that the offensive guys need to hear, or a certain position group or a certain person needs to hear, like I'm going to speak up, and I feel great about doing that. But, first and foremost, it's about doing my job. And if I'm not doing my job and I'm getting on people, like that doesn't make sense to me, and it never has. And so I always make sure that I'm trying to, and it may come off as leading by example, but it's really just doing your job. And I feel like, all those guys in that locker room are leaders because everyone in there tries to do their job and they do it at a high level, and that's just it.
What does 12 attempts in a game say about your running game and the fluidity of your offense?
Yeah, it's awesome, to be able to run the ball the way that we did. I think without, the knees at the end and at the end of the first half, I think we're over 200 yards. So, those guys are continuing to come together, like I always say, as an offensive line and, as a running back group, tight end group, receiver group, even blocking their tails off. Robbie Oates doing his thing as a fullback, Brady. So it's good, man. The whole group's really coming together, and we're just going to continue to build off that week after week.
Changing centers can be disruptive for an offense, but with Olu, can you tell, like, this is a guy that started a bunch of games?
Yeah.
And also you got the reps with him in camp when there's competition. Do you notice that as well?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think Olu does a really good job. He did a really good job when he got in there last week. So I know that he's going to continue to prepare his butt off and do everything that he can to help this team win.
You guys seem to keep it light, keep it steady week in, even as things build. Who's the person that thinks they're the funniest in the locker room, and who's actually the funniest?
Who thinks that they're, because that is a big difference. I think Eric Saubert might be the funniest guy, but that's just, again, that's everybody has a different taste. But Sabi's pretty funny. Coop, I would say, thinks he's the funniest, and I'm gonna have to go with that because he's tried to drill me on a couple things, couple one-liners, and yeah, I just thought this was a good time to maybe air that out, and we'll see what he says about that.
Speaking of Coop, obviously going back to LA, and just for you having spent half a season around him now, what's he meant to the offense, this team as a whole?
Yeah, man, he's incredible. I feel like I talk about it a lot, but just the work that he puts in, it's unlike anyone else that I've ever met. Yeah, he's been a huge fit for us, as an offense. Just the way that he works and just the things he can do on the field as well. He's also been a huge catalyst for kind of bringing these guys together, bringing the team together too. So, yeah, he's been very. I don't know if this is probably the understatement of the year, but he's a very important piece to what we're building here. Appreciate it, guys.
Coming up next, let's go into the trenches with Big Ray Roberts.
Brock and Salk.
The Seahawks are 7-2, Brock.
Morning 6 to 10.
Taking on a division rival who is also 7-2. What do they call it? The America's Game of the Week?
Oh, yeah.
Afternoon. The Big Crew. Fox is going with Chicago and Minnesota. What? What are you talking about? Chicago and Minnesota? Joe Davis, Greg Olsen, the number 2 game on Fox.
Brock and Salk, only on Seattle Sports.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
I had pain, I had numbness in my feet. That pain and that numbness just got worse and worse and worse as time went on.
This is Greg describing life with neuropathy.
I went to 5 podiatrists, tried different treatments, tried different orthotics, tried different shoes, had cortisone shots in the tops and the bottoms of my feet. Saw a neurologist. All my medical doctors said, can't help you. Live with the pain. You're not going to be able to sleep. This is your life. And then I just gave up until I found Sound Pain Solutions.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, drug and pain-free procedures that help neuropathy sufferers like Greg find relief.
I feel better. I mean, just feeling better is huge.
If you experience numbness, shooting or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all 3 like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. This is The Huddle.
The handoff inside. He's Charbonnet. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Exclusively on Seattle Sports on 710, Seattle Sports on YouTube, and the Seattle Sports app with hosts Michael Bumpus, Stacy Rost, and Dave Wyman. Time to go inside The Huddle.
Welcome back to The Huddle. Michael Bumpus with Dave Wyman, and now we're going into the trenches with the big homie, Big Ray Roberts. Ray, before we go into the trenches, start talking football. Look, Ray is a big man. Intimidating, massive. Don't let him get his paws on you, but there's a softer side. I just saw you curled up with a kitty cat on X.
That is my ride or die, Big Mike. I got that cat when she was about 8 weeks old, dude, and we have just been down like that forever. And we've moved about 6 or 7 times, and she doesn't like anybody but me. And I named her DC because when I was bringing her home from the SPCA, my ex-wife said, what color's the cat? And I'm like, it's black and gray. And so she was like, that's like the same damn cat we always get. So I went, oh, well, that's got to be the cat's name, Damn Cat. And so I called her DC.
That's awesome, man. I love seeing that. That made me smile a little bit, Big Ray. That's awesome, dude.
Oh yeah, man, like that's my dog. Like that's my dog, but it's my cat.
That sure isn't the Ray Roberts I knew on the field. That's for sure.
I know it, right? Yeah, I'm not even gonna lie. Like I wasn't even a cat person, and then my son was like, "Dad, you need like a pet." And so this place I was staying wouldn't let you have dogs. So we went to see. He was like, "Well, let's go look at these cats." I'm like, "Okay, whatever." And so we took the little cat into the little observation room or whatever they call it, and the cat crawled up my body and sat on the top of my head. And so I was like, well, how can I not take this cat home? Like, so it's just been my cat forever.
That's awesome, man. All right, now we can get into the trenches. Now let's get into the trenches. Hey, Big Ray, there is this is going to be a battle, right? I'm gonna ask you about just the Rams' offensive line and how you think this defense can attack it, because when I look at the film, this is one of the best lines they've seen yet. And they're fundamentally sound. They get the bodies where they're supposed to be. But they haven't seen a D-line like what the Seahawks are about to bring on Sunday. As a lineman looking at our defensive line, what are things that you think they can do to kind of disrupt what the Rams want to accomplish?
Yeah, well, obviously they're going to have to – the Rams have to make a business decision too and decide, like, on which plays or which situations are they going to double team an individual player. And more than likely, the first person they're going to look at is Leonard Williams and go, okay, like we have to make sure on these plays, on this down and distance or this part of the field, we have to have a double team, on Leonard Williams. Well, then that means all those other dogs that you have, they have to win their share of those one-on-one battles. So Murphy has to win. Utena has to win. DeMarcus Lawrence has to win. All those other cats that are getting reps, they have to win their share of those one-on-ones and be disruptive. You can't allow them to take your best player in a situation out of the game and then not have the other dudes show up and do their thing. So you're going to need one or two of those dudes to have a really disruptive day if they're the guys that are getting singled up, because you can't look at that defensive line and say we're going to double team everybody, because it's impossible. So you got to go like, who is the most disruptive guy that we're not going to let beat us? And I promise you that's going to be Leonard Williams. So then everyone else has to do they're going to have to win their share of wins. With Paul Moyer, he's always saying that it comes down to making plays. And that's what it's going to come down to with this defensive line, is that if they can make more plays in their one-on-one matchups, then the Rams can succeed at blocking them.
Hey, Ray, we just had Nick Emmanwori on, and the thing, when I watch him, he just seems like a 5-year veteran. I mean, he's just very very calm, and the way he moves on the field, and never looks out of position. Give us a report card on Gray Raible at the halfway point.
Gray has been the same way. Like for me, Gray, like you have your ups and downs as a rookie. Like you have plays where the guy gets you, and that's going to be for anybody. But for more so as a rookie, because you're seeing a lot of new things, or guys are really focusing on what it is that you don't do well and trying to take advantage of it. And you have to figure out how do you mitigate that. And sometimes as a rookie, you're just not in that place yet to figure out how do you strengthen a weakness throughout the season. So you wait to the off season, you try to get better at something. So guys can kind of take advantage of that. But the thing I love about Gray is, one, he hasn't done a whole lot of things that have cost the team. So yeah, people are going to make plays because they get paid to play too. So he may give up a pressure, or someone makes a tackle for a loss, but he's not getting penalties. He's not having big blowouts where he's just totally missing guys and they're just running free in the backfield. He's playing with like the type of intensity that a second or third year player would play with. Like his attention to detail, his lateral movement, the authority that he plays with his hands. That's what I like. My son Price plays offensive line at Portland State, and so he wanted me to show him some film of somebody that was doing good stuff. And so I took out Gray Raible, and I'm like, look at his stance, look at the width of his feet, like when his base, when he's moving, his feet never come together. I said, but then look at his hands. He's super patient with his hands, but then he's super authoritative with his hands. Like when he puts his hands on you, he's trying to put his hands on you. Like he ain't trying to just feel around and see what's going on. He's trying to put his fist through your chest. And I love that about him. And so that's a veteran type stuff, you know? And so that's what I love about him. He's like I always say, you go to the combines, you get these dudes that test off the charts, you know, for offensive linemen. They can jump out the gym, lift all the weights, run super, super fast, but then you put shoulders and shoulder pads and helmets on them, and they can't bust a grape. And but Raible, his football ability matches his athletic scores, and it shows up on the field because he's a really good football player.
Hey, Big Ray, I've been kind of hammering all week that the Rams do a great job of using their tight ends, right? Getting 13 personnel, 3 tight ends. What does a good tight end do? How does he help your job?
Yeah, well, first of all, the tight end to me has to be a willing blocker. Like there's some dudes that they line up beside you because that's what the play asks them to do. But they're saying like, I know Big Ray's going to get about 90% of this block. I'm just going to put my hands on the dude's shoulder pads, and then I'm going to get a plus for this play, and I'm going to keep it moving. And there's other dudes that go like, hey, Big Ray, like, what do you have to do because I got this guy? You know what I'm saying? Like, those are dudes that are willing blockers. I played with Farrell Edmonds, and Farrell Edmonds was a huge tight end, probably like 6'7" or 6'8", 260 pounds. Just his sons played linebacker in the league. They're big, strong dudes. And so when we had combination blocks, he would go, Big Ray, you can go to the linebacker. I'm like, I got you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, because he's going to handle the defensive end. So I'm good with that. But we had other tight ends, you know, Ron Heller and Trey Junkin, where I'm just like, why don't y'all get out of the way? I got this. You know what I'm saying? Like, and so to me, that's what when you can add a tight end that's willing to block and then one that's really good at blocking, then you gain an advantage in that area because you're not having to then overcompensate for their lack of ability to block or their lack of willingness to block. And the Seahawks have done a good job of finding guys that have the willingness and the toughness, but they also have the skill to be good blockers. So it kind of gives you an advantage at the point of attack. And then even speaking of that bump, like just watching the last 2 or 3 games, and Kubiak is like they're known for this wide zone, and we haven't seen the wide zone just kind of take off, you know, as far as the rushing yards. But they're doing a really good job with their like downhill zones, I want to call them. So they're more, you know, between the tackles. They're doing a good job of like some of their pin and pull type plays where they're, you know, blocking down and pulling the guard or pulling the guard in the tight end. Like those types of plays, I think if they kind of shifted their mindset in the run game and majored in those plays, but then also use the wide zone and stuff for the play action, all that kind of stuff, I think the running game will take off a little bit because even K9, when you can convince him to get his shoulder square to the line of scrimmage and get downhill, he's a better runner than when he's trying to stretch you to the right and then cut it back to the left and then cut back to the right and stop and turn around and spin. Like he's just like he can do all that stuff and it's really cool, but that you can't have that be what he majors in. And then Charbonnet is just a better back, just getting downhill. He's not going to be great at running that wide zone stuff, but he's good at running between the tackles. And so I think, you know, this home stretch leading to the playoffs, if they kind of put their attention on maximizing their run game between the tackles and then using that wide zone, the stretch zone to create like some of those explosive plays, in my mind, that would be a good way for them to think about the running game.
There you go. We just went inside the trenches with Big Ray. Hey, give DC some love for me, man.
Absolutely, big dog. I'll let her know that you said what's up, and she'll shout out a meow for you.
Perfect. Appreciate you, man. All right, I'll see you this weekend.
Thanks, Rick. All right, dog. Have a good one.
All right. Coming up next, we'll hear from the voice of the Seahawks, Steve Raible, next right here on The Huddle.
On a 4-game win streak.
Are you kidding me?
With a pair of dominant wins over the last 2 weeks.
Another touchdown! Seahawks!
Comes the biggest game of the season for the Seahawks. A battle for first place in the NFC West.
It is going to be a behemoth of a matchup.
I definitely can see we've done something special. I mean, the sky's the limit from here. It's just all about us.
Seahawks, Rams, Sunday. Kickoff at 1:05. Pregame at 10 on Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
It's hard to believe the holidays are almost here. And do you or someone on your wish list want the gift of fitness? Well, Brock Heward here, and the Top Fitness Black Friday sales event is on right now. I've told you all for years, there is nothing better than a home gym, and to give it as a gift and to friends, even better. And right now, you could save up to $1,000 on Inspire gyms, Inspire treadmills, and True treadmills, plus get free delivery and assembly on Precor treadmills, ellipticals, and exercise bikes. You can also save, how about this, up to 50% on last year's display models. With Olympic weight bars starting at $50 and home gym attachments and accessories, well, they're up to 50% off starting at just $10. So it's no secret why everyone from personal trainers to pro athletes love Top Fitness. You can visit them in Tukwila, Linwood, or Bellevue, or simply go to topfitness.com. Take care of your family, take care of your friends, take care of yourself with the Top Fitness Black Friday sales event on right now. Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service. 98 years providing logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. Visit suplinen.com.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry and dream engagement ring to be nothing short of perfect, no matter the price. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hi, I'm Kylie.
I'm John.
And I'm Garrison. And a little thing we love about the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets
is sharing it in the car during the holidays.
I do love that. We will pack the car with gifts, and of course, we go and pick up our family's favorite nuggets.
Every nugget is tasty times quadrillion.
And we get all the sides.
Yeah, the ooey gooey mac and cheese is a big hit.
Everyone from 1 to 116 would love Chick-fil-A's chicken nuggets.
Share the nuggets, share the joy. Order the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
Guys, want long-term health you can count on? It starts with knowing your numbers. Right now, Revive Men's Health Washington is offering a comprehensive wellness panel, a $400 value for just $99. It checks your testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. Take control of your health today and stay strong for the long haul. Offer ends November 30th. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com today. Must medically qualify. Terms apply. Contact us for full offer details.
Crawl space and attics are not places you want to spend much time, but many homes in our area can have serious issues behind the hatches. Hi, it's the owner of Crawl Pros, Richard Herron. For years, you've heard us talking about how we go where you don't want to. With our free corner-to-corner inspection to keep your crawl space and attic well insulated and free of mold and water. You've also heard about the pest control division of our company to keep your home bug and critter free. I'm excited to tell you about our newest division, Plumber Pros. Plumber Pros takes the same customer-first approach to plumbing that we do with our crawl space, attic, and pest control work. We've handpicked skilled plumbers that I know you'll feel comfortable inviting into your home. So next time you run into plumbing issues, from leaky faucets and clogged drains to full home repipes and sub pump installations, call Crawl Pros and we'll get our plumbing division, Plumber Pros, out to get it resolved. For anything related to your crawl space, attic, pest control, or plumbing, call Crawl Pros or visit us at crawlpros.com.
Back to the huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
You're listening to The Huddle on Michael Bumpus with Dave Wyman. And like we are every week, we're joined by the voice of the Seahawks, Steve Raible. Rabes, how we doing?
Great, guys. How are you?
We're doing good. I'm a little disappointed you're not here. I don't know. You're usually not here, but I've seen you a couple of times. I just thought maybe you would walk through this door.
I'm okay with it.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got to put up with me on the plane and for the weekend. I don't blame Dave at all. I wouldn't want me to walk through the door either.
Well, it's not about Dave. It's about me, Rabes.
Okay.
I thought I was going to see him. But let's talk some ball, man. This is how do you feel? Do you get up for these games? Obviously, you're a professional. You're going to be ready, prepared to go. But in your preparation, does this game feel different for you?
Yes. Yeah, a real short answer, yes. I know that's not supposed to be the case. I know it's just the next one. I know that if you start focusing too much on one game, then it almost by definition starts to, take away from every game that you're preparing for. But this one feels bigger.
Rabes, if they were to lose this game, I guess I'm just basically asking, where do you think the weaknesses are for the Seahawks? Obviously, the turnover ratio comes to mind, kind of question marks about the run game for the Seahawks, and then, the takeaway differential. But what do you think would finally catch up? Because this Seahawks team just looks invincible right now.
Well, they do. And you can, there are two different schools of thought on it. You can look at it that way, which is the way I tend to look at it, that the Seahawks are playing really, 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 really well. They're doing all the things right, and all of the lingo of the coaches and stuff. They're stacking victories and all those things. They've had some little glitches, but they've been able to get around those. I mean, even when there's somebody rips off a 35 or a 40-yard run during the course of the game, as was the case against Arizona, they come right back and keep them out of the end zone, the Seahawks do defensively. So, excuse me. I think there is a lot of reason to be positive, and I am positive about it. I'm just nervous about it. I always get nervous about games. I've got somebody at my front door. Would you guys talk amongst yourselves for 1 second?
Gotcha.
So I can come down. All right, hang on. You're with me now. So this is how a retired guy lives. Comes down the steps. Everybody at home gets to hear this. Hi, guys. Come on in.
This is just like the broadcast,
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I was just on the phone as well with some folks from the Pacific Northwest Football Hall of Fame, so I was afraid that would interfere with this phone call, but we get the folks who are coming in to do a little work here. Anyway, thank you for putting up with me. So, I think these guys are certainly capable of winning this football game. Remember last year, the Seahawks game here during the season, we throw 3 interceptions and have a 103-yard touchdown return on an interception. That's how you lose that game by 6 points. Otherwise, you win against this basically same Rams team with a really good defense and Matthew Stafford at quarterback, and we darn near won that one, except for making some of those dumb mistakes. So, we have every opportunity to win. We're good enough to win. Now it's just a matter of, can you go out there and Bump? I was listening to you yesterday a lot, and one of the things you said, I was going to give you credit for it, was you see this as a battle between our O-line and their D-line. It's going to be won or lost up front in the trenches, and that's a really good point. As good as the quarterbacks are, if we can protect, we have a much better opportunity.
Well, I appreciate you listening to us, Raves. I know you're a busy man. Clearly, you answering the door and Hall of Fame calls. You got a lot going on, man. I appreciate that.
Well, and the only reason I was listening because I was taped to a chair and forced to.
Oh, that's cold.
I love it. Hey, Raves, we got Cooper Kupp's going back to L.A., right? And I expect there to be a video montage for him. If they don't, then something is really wrong with that organization. But how do you think that affects Cooper? Or do you think that he's such a focused individual that it's he'll be able to kind of compartmentalize it and just get moving?
You know, we talked to him yesterday in his kind of weekly presser there with after Mike McDonald spoke. And, you know, you listen to Coop, and I basically take everything he says as gospel because he's actually been totally honest and forthcoming every day. And every time he speaks to people, it's about how it's team. It's not him. He said, I'd be doing a disservice to the team if I thought this was about me going down there and having some sort of retribution against the Rams. All that said, he's also a human being. He also had, you know, just a terrific career with the Rams. I mean, you can't be the Triple Crown winner and Super Bowl MVP and record setter that he was with the Rams and not be held in high esteem by that franchise and those fans. So I hope they do recognize him, and then I hope he goes out there and kicks their ass. That's what I'm hoping for. I don't know if that's going to be the case or not.
Hey, Ribs, Mike McDonald, very interesting. And just every once in a while I'll pause and go, oh, yeah, he did. I mean, he does the barnyard thing. And when he was asked about that during the week, he said, you know, that they were doing that. That idea came to him in the spring. You got defensive linemen running down on kickoffs. You know, just some of the things that he does and the way he preps the backups. I mean, and it all comes, obviously there's lots of, you know, assistant coaches that are getting it done. But I mean, it's pretty amazing to just kind of every once in a while check and look at some of the things that he's doing differently, like leaving for an East Coast game on Saturday, you know, the way that they warm up. I mean, I don't ever remember a head coach that had this much of a stamp on his team that's, you know, only in his second year.
Yeah, but then, you know, when he was asked about it yesterday, somebody asked, well, you know, and a lot of people are saying that, well, this is the defensive genius, the young defensive genius against the young offensive genius, Sean McVay against Mike McDonald. And Mike said, no, it's not. He said, my job is to put the best plan I can put together so the players can go out there and succeed. He said, keep it simple, but go out there and make a plan that will work for the players that we have that can help make them successful. And, you know, I mean, he tends to deflect that kind of thing. But, you know, it really is true. I got to believe that one of the reasons John Schneider hired Mike McDonald was the success that he had when he was at Baltimore against that whole Shanahan school of offense with the 49ers and the Rams and the rest. And he's been very good at that. He's been terrific this season. And as the players have caught on more and more, and every week they've gotten better and better. So, you know, again, I go back to bump what you said. This is going to be a really good test for this football team, you know, our offense against their defense and vice versa. If their offensive line, which is one of the best in football, can't hold up against our 4-man, 5-man pass rush, then we're going to have, obviously, a whole lot better opportunity to win. They're a good football team. They got a lot of weapons. But we got a lot of guys, young, old, and in between, who can make plays. So I'm excited, and I'm also, you know, as I always am before every game, a little nervous.
All right, Raves. Well, we appreciate your time. I hope you know, Raves, you're the definition of there's not enough time, hours in a day. You know, you got so much going on. So I hope you check every box on your list today, man.
We'll get it all done, and yes, we'll be ready to go by Sunday.
All right, man. I'll talk to you then.
See you on the bus.
Thanks. Yeah, that's right. Thanks, brother. See you.
All righty. All right, that was the voice, Steve Raible. When we come back, we'll get an opponent preview from Sarah Barshop. That's next here on The Huddle.
Brock and Salk.
The Seahawks are 7-2, Brock.
Morning 6 to 10.
Taking on a division rival who is also 7-2. What do they call it? The America's Game of the Week?
Oh, yeah.
Afternoon. The Big Crew. Fox is going with Chicago and Minnesota. What? What are you talking about? Chicago and Minnesota? Joe Davis, Greg Olsen, the number 2 game on Fox.
Brock and Salk, only on Seattle Sports.
I know a lot of you guys are listening from your phones right now, so it's the perfect time to give a shout out to my friends over at AT&T. The other guys will make claims saying this and that about how great their network is, and I'm just here to set the record straight that AT&T is America's fastest and most reliable wireless network. I don't know about you guys, but it just gives me so much peace of mind when I'm going to do the things I love, and I know my wireless network's got me. Like if I'm going to a concert or a basketball game or even something outdoorsy. Knowing I'm going to have fast service and can share what I'm up to is a game changer. You want to know you can post what you want to post, call who you want to call, and with AT&T, it literally doesn't matter where you're going. I promise you, they're already there. Don't just take it from me. Actual tests prove AT&T is America's fastest and most reliable wireless network. When you compare, there is no comparison. Based on RootMetrics' United States Root Score Report, 1H 2025 tested with best commercially available smartphones on 3 national mobile networks across all available network types. Your experiences may vary. RootMetrics rankings are not an endorsement of AT&T.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health, it's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. Nobody hooks you up like Popeyes. The big box is the reward that keeps on rewarding. Crack it open and you're greeted by 2 pieces of crispy signature chicken. Or if you want, 3 tenders, nestled in there with the 2 sides speaking to you most in this moment. You got that biscuit, and what are you waiting for? Dig right on in. That's feast mode activated, and you're in big box business for $6. Love that chicken from Popeyes. At participating U.S. restaurants, price may vary, tax extra.
The rainy season's here, Seattle, and your roof can't wait. Schedule your free estimate at 3treeroofing.com and get $500 off today. Costly repairs and Band-Aid fixes won't hold up and just drain your pockets. Our technicians replace roofs year-round, backed by the strongest warranties. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
This is the home of the Seahawks. Going to let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN Seattle Sports.
Did you know in Washington State, you can see a physical therapist without a referral from your doctor? That's right. Thanks to Direct Access, you can skip the wait and get the care you need right away. Shannon O'Kelly, how has Direct Access changed the game?
Direct Access for us, Brock, is a game changer. Why? Is because there is so much research and data out there that says if you get in early when you have a musculoskeletal problem or an injury, the earlier you get in and we can start care, the better outcomes and the decreased downstream cost, okay? So it's so important. Our providers are all doctors of physical therapy. They're all trained to identify situations and problems. They've got the skill, they've got the talent, they've got the knowledge. If you get in and start therapy early, we're going to get you back to activity, pain-free, and moving and having fun.
Fast, easy, effective. Direct Access is your path to better movement, starting with a single step. Visit irgpt.com to schedule your appointment today. irgpt.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K.
This is The Huddle. Every Thursday from noon to 2.
On Seattle Sports.
All right, we welcome now ESPN Rams reporter Sarah Barshop. Sarah, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
We are good. We're good, man. We're over here getting ready for a big matchup. What's the feel over there, Sarah? Because here it's like, we're ramping up. This is a new team, new vibes. The Rams are like a mountain that you have to climb to assert yourself in this division. Is it as amped up for you guys over there, or are the Rams just used to stuff like this?
I don't know if they're used to stuff like this, but I think it's more just that they are not allowing themselves to think of this matchup as bigger than any other game. In fact, Matthew Stafford was asked about that yesterday, and he said, some people see these division games, not necessarily just because it's 7-2 teams, but just a division game is accounting for 2. And he said, I understand that. But at the end of the day, you can't let yourself get to where you're putting it, at this high importance, because it is a game, it's their next game, and that's why it's the most important one. So I don't know if it's been hyped up inside the building. I think I get the sense that they are trying to look at it as, just like they played the Niners last week, just another division game.
And it doesn't surprise me that Matthew Stafford is calm and cool about that. He's had himself a terrific season so far. Did you guys think you would get this type of production out of a 37-year-old?
To me, I think I look back to the back injury he dealt with during training camp. I mean, I think while at the time I heard from everyone in the building, hey, he'll be fine. It's, we're just being smart with him. It'll be okay. It was no doubt concerning when he's missing 3 weeks of training camp. So I think back to then, and it was kind of like, is he going to make it through this season healthy? So I don't know that anyone could have anticipated what this year would have looked like for him so far, but I think a lot of it has to do with not only his health, but the health of the offense around him.
These teams are really similar, too. When you look at numbers and even some of the things that they do offensively and defensively. The one thing I think that really jumps out to me, Sarah, when I look at these offenses are them trying to get the run game going. I think Williams rushed for, 124 last week. And then the Hawks put together a 198 performance. But they're still kind of in the middle of the pack when it comes to running the football. What do you think the struggles are with L.A. when it comes to running the rock?
You know what? I think unlike previous years, they've had a more balanced offense, and it hasn't have to be Kyren Williams, right? Like last year, Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua missed time early in the year, and so the Rams were very heavily depending on Kyren Williams. I think that hasn't had to be the case this year, which is a good thing. But Sean McVay did acknowledge after the game, Kyren, I believe, had 2 touchdowns, and he said, "That's we want it. I'm glad we could get back giving the ball to him." I think they want to be more balanced, but I think it's, for the Rams, been a product of a really good passing game right now.
And, of course, his defense is just doing amazing things. Byron Young probably not getting the love that he deserves. But is there another name on this defense that you feel like should get a bit more attention that people might not know about?
I don't know that people don't know about him, but I think that the way Braden Fisk has played this year, he's been so disruptive, and they have such a good front. And look, Byron Young has played very well, and he is getting to the quarterback. I do think I was talking to someone who described it kind of as team sacks, right? Like Fisk is getting pressure, Kobe Turner is getting pressure. So I do think they are rushing as a unit, which is something they talk about all the time. So I think Braden Fisk is a guy where I remember the Jacksonville game they played in London against the Jaguars, and Fisk was so disruptive. He didn't have a sack in that game. And so I think he has one this season, but he's a guy that when I watch, especially when I look back at games, he's someone who is making an impact.
What does the Davante Adams effect look like on this team? It sounds like he's going to play this week, and I just saw a quote from the head coach saying he believes he's going to play. But what has he brought to this team?
It's interesting how they kind of retooled their wide receivers room, because they last year obviously had the veteran in Cooper Kupp, and Puka Nacua has talked about how much he learned from Cooper. I think Davante just brings a different veteran feel. I mean, Puka talks about how just the technique, he said he's seen that from Davante Adams from afar, and really getting to learn it from him in the meeting room, during training camp, on the field. has made an impact on him. And then I think you see what he's doing in the red zone. He and Matthew Stafford talked a lot early in the season how their connection was not quite there yet, and it's something that regardless of how many years each of them had played, you have to get those reps, especially live game reps. And I think as the season's gone on, we've seen that connection continue to develop, and it showed up in the touchdowns. And I think Adams has had 6 in the last 3 games.
Yeah, he looks good, and what also looks good is the tight end play with this team. A lot of 13 personnel, 3 tight ends out there. How do you feel like this stresses out the opponents when they roll out there with that personnel package?
I mean, I think especially because it's not how they started the season, and we've seen it grow. I think it sounds like when I've talked to players, it seems like Sean McVay is having a lot of fun calling plays like that, and I think that especially when it's also allowing, right, like Davante Adams has been the receiver a lot in those 13 personnel, maybe taking a little pressure off Puka Nacua, who is so involved in the game and the run blocking and everything like that. So I think it's just early in the season we saw the ball go Matthew Stafford to Puka Nacua. I think he had the most catches through 5 weeks that a player had ever had in a team's first 5 games in NFL history. And so the offense was very much going through Puka Nacua, and I think just the ability to put pressure on the defense where, Sean McVay has said it's not just that we have 3 tight ends out there, but we believe in those guys, and they can catch the ball, and they've shown that. So I think it just puts pressure on the defense because it opens up the offense, and they don't really know where the ball is going, whereas before, yes, Puka Nacua was hard to defend, but it was pretty clear it was probably him or Davante Adams early on.
Sarah, we obviously love JSN in these parts of the region, and it feels like the nation has finally taken notice of him. Have the Rams talked about JSN and how they plan to approach him?
Not how they plan to approach him because, as Sean would say, I don't want to get too much into that, but just how dangerous he is and how you can't let him beat you. And look, they also talked about how many different weapons, and it's not as easy as saying we're not going to let this guy. Just a lot of respect for him is what I've heard this week, and what a difference maker he can make in a game instantly.
Yeah, he's special kind of kid, man. So now let's focus on the quarterback position. Again, Matthew Stafford having a superb year, probably leading the MVP race in my opinion. Then you have Sam Darnold over here as well. We look at this matchup and we just look at 2 efficient quarterbacks. And from the other side, I always like to get the opinion of, the people we're going up against. Just what do you guys see in Sam Darnold?
Efficiency. That's exactly what you said. Sean McVay was talking yesterday about how, I believe he said, it's the guy we saw last year and having that same success. Obviously, when they saw him in that playoff game, it was a different story, but he said what he put on film last year. And those explosive plays, too. I think I saw that Matthew Stafford and Sam Darnold had the top 2 most explosive plays in the NFL this season. And that's what makes sense with the JSN, how dangerous he is. But just, how not only efficient, but how quickly they can get down the field with him.
Last one I got for you, Sarah. The Rams win this game if what?
Matthew Stafford has played the way he's played in the last 3 games.
Yeah, it's been crazy to watch him go to work. 37 years of age. I'm 39, so I like seeing us late 30s get after and get it done. Hey, Sarah, man, we appreciate your time, and hope to talk to you soon.
Of course. Have a good one.
Coming up next, we'll have a sit-down with Seahawks team reporter. That's John Boyle next here on The Huddle.
On a 4-game win streak.
Are you kidding me?
With a pair of dominant wins over the last 2 weeks.
Another touchdown! Seahawks!
Comes the biggest game of the season for the Seahawks. A battle for first place in the NFC West.
It is going to be a behemoth of a matchup.
I definitely can see we've done something special. I mean, the sky's the limit from here. It's just all about us.
Seahawks, Rams, Sunday. Kickoff at 1:05. Pregame at 10 on Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Lowe's knows pros want more. Join My Lowe's Pro Rewards for free to get $20 off your first qualifying purchase of $100 or more just for signing up. Plus, enjoy free standard shipping and more ways to save on your next job. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer valid for new members only. Not valid with any other discount. Free standard shipping not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/pro-loyalty for details. Subject to change.
At Bible Law Group, we understand what it means to be local legal representation. From shopping at the Bon Marché, picking up gear at Chubby and Tubby, crying for Joey Cora, now for Cal, grabbing a burger while JP Patches clowns by. We live here and fight for you. That's why Bible Law gives local representation to those facing legal problems too big for prayers, even if you can't pronounce Squim or Puyallup. Our legal team has secured more than $40 million in settlements for our clients. We're ready to fight for you. Find us online at BibleLawGroup.com.
I saw her texting coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Seattle Sports has your chance to win 4 tickets to the Seahawks game, Sunday, November 30th. Head to the Seattle Sports app, click the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter to win. You can enter once per day, so the more times you enter through the Seattle Sports app, the better your odds. Do it every day, November 11th through November 17th. Details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. From the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Guys, tired all the time, gaining weight, low drive? These aren't just signs of aging. They could be low testosterone or other underlying issues. Right now, Revive Men's Health Washington is making it easier to get answers with a comprehensive wellness panel. It's not just a lab test, it's where better performance begins. Our providers will check your testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. A $400 value for just $99, or free if you start treatment. Over 120,000 men have trusted Revive to restore their energy, mood, and confidence. So if you're ready to feel better and live stronger, call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Offer ends November 30th. Must medically qualify. Terms apply. Contact us for full offer details.
Back to the huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
You are listening to The Huddle every Thursday, 12 to 2, right here on Seattle Sports. I'm Michael Bumpus with Dave Wyman, and now we are joined by our guy, John Boyle. Oh, he's got the new gear on, too. I'm jealous.
Little throwback gear.
I need some of that in my life. All right. I got to pay for mine, though. Some tells me get yours for free.
Maybe a little bit. Perks of the job.
Big game, man. Big
Very
game.
big. Yeah.
I don't get nervous. I get anxious. I'm almost nervous for this one. How are you feeling?
I mean, I'd say just kind of excited to see how it plays out. Like, this is such a cool point in the season, like, see where teams stand. We know the Rams are really good. We know the Seahawks are really good. Now we get to see, like, Are they, just right on par? Is it going to go down to the wire? Does one team separate itself? I don't know. I think it'll be a great game, but I'm really excited.
I got to say, I feel snake bit a little bit as far as the injuries go for this team. I mean, you look at Jalen Sundell's out, Jay Reed's out for a while. People don't. I mean, Derek Young means a lot to that special
big
team
on
group.
special teams,
Yeah, he's huge. And then Saubert and Julian Love and. I don't know. I don't think you're ever going to hear that from Mike McDonald. But,
no.
But it is kind of, and especially if you compare it to the Rams and look at their injury report.
Yeah, the Seahawks have had their share of injuries. I think, you wouldn't get a lot of sympathy from some 49ers fans right now or anything like that.
True.
But it's, it's kind of the nature of the business. To me, what's really stood out is like these injuries have kind of been like spread out through the year where they've yet to really get to see, especially on defense. We haven't really seen that defense full strength all year. So, I mean, the good news is they're still playing really good football and guys are stepping up. We've seen the depth to really shine on defense. But, yeah, I mean, it's an unfortunate but tough reality of this game.
Yeah, we were talking to Nicky Emmanwori earlier, and he said exactly that. Like, we haven't even seen everybody all together. Yeah. And then I pointed out to him that he's going to have a big game because the Rams like to use their tight ends. And I asked him about his matchup with McBride last week. He felt like he did a great job. What did you think of him last week?
I thought it was really good. I mean, look, there's going to be a few plays that, Mike McDonald brought this up. Like, he's not going to be perfect at this stage of his career, but he's making a ton of plays. 4 passes defense is really impressive for a young player who's not, this isn't a cornerback who's just on the edge getting thrown all the time. He's playing all over the place. And the 9 tackles, he's playing really good football. And you're right. I think having a guy like that is a big advantage in a game like this where the Rams like to be multiple. They like to use a bunch of different multiple tight end sets. It's like you don't need to sub as much when you got Nicky Emmanwori out there. It's like he can, if a team wants to spread it out a little bit and make a receiver go against him, he's fast enough to cover a receiver. If it's tight end, he's big enough and physical enough to bang around with the tight end. So he's a very special player in that regard.
Reek Woolen's really a great story this year. It's just kind of up and down for him, but recently up. And I thought at the end of the game, he was all over the place and great coverage and everything. And what do you think? Was that kind of a Mike McDonald effect? You think?
I think you gotta give Reek credit as well. But I think coaching deserves a lot of credit for when you have a guy he's struggling a little bit early in the year. He had a few plays he'd want back. He had some penalties. And really, since he unfortunately got a concussion, missed the game. Since he's come back from that, he's strung together some really good games. And I think from a broader standpoint, a really cool coaching point of this team is the way, it's really easy to talk about we need everybody and all 70 guys and all that, but to really get guys to buy into that where, you can have a Tyrese Knight lose his job, come back and play a phenomenal game. You can have cornerbacks where guys, get lost in the depth. And even, Reek, you go back 2 weeks ago, he's coming off the bench. Josh Job's starting ahead of him, and he's only really playing in dime early in that Washington game. Then Job gets hurt and he's on the field a bunch. So to have guys, lose another guy they're going to count on. He's essentially lost his starting job twice in the last 2 years. So to have a guy like that then come in and be ready to play at a high level, that speaks to coaching to me.
Yeah. People make a big deal about the coaching matchup, which I mean you should, right? You got McVay who's been taking the league by storm, and then McDonald got this defense playing well. I haven't really listened to the Rams side and how McVay is approaching this, but I'm listening to Mike McDonald. What kind of feel are you getting from him?
I mean, he's going to downplay it. He's, I'm sure there's a part of him internally that won't talk about that's excited about not just McVay, but any challenge when you go against an offensive guy who's innovative and you're a defensive guy like Mike McDonald who's very innovative. That's got to just be fun, like as a professional challenge, be like how we're going to match up. But I think for him to stay consistent with what he needs to also get through to his players, for them to prepare their best. Like you can't go into this like, oh, this is me versus McVay, the two, offensive and defensive genius. Like it's just got to be okay. We're preparing for a game Sunday. We're going through our same process Monday through Saturday to be at our best on Sunday. But yeah, I mean, it's exciting. It's just cool when you get guys who are, again, very like young, innovative, creative coaches to see how they match up against each other.
You wrote a little bit about Charles Cross, and we haven't talked about him a lot this year, and that's good, right?
Yeah.
You're not talking about him, certainly on the negative side, but he's got a pretty important matchup this week with Verse.
Yeah, I mean, that whole line, to me, could very well be the story of this game, is they've done a great job protecting Sam Darnold all year, 10 sacks, fewest in the league. But this is a Rams defense that can get after a quarterback. They've got some really good young guys up front, Verse being chief amongst them. And, any quarterback is going to do better when he's clean, and Sam Darnold's been great when they give him time to throw. So keep him clean. I think this offense will do some good things.
What did Cooper say about his return to Los Angeles?
He said, "This is revenge, and I hate these." No, I mean, he said what you'd expect a professional to say, which is like, "Hey, this isn't about me. I had great times in L.A. That was home for him for almost a decade. He raised his children there. He's got a fondness for the organization, for the city, for the fans." But also he's trying to win a football game. So, there's nothing, if there is anything personal for him, he's going to keep that quiet and not give him any bulletin board material. But he kind of like what I was saying about the coach, like he's just focused on how do we get ready to go play a good football game.
Yeah, we talked to Patio here, and he was talking about the Nate Landman, and that Mike showed like a little clip of him.
Probably forced some fumbles.
Punching the ball out. Yeah, we were just talking about it back in the day, like you would try to strip them from behind or, try to pull their arms back, whatever. But the way that's going now, I mean, that's a real talent.
Yeah.
What was Mike's message with showing the punch outs?
Yeah, I think it's just any game you're going to focus on ball security, but especially when you have a defense known for that. And look, the Seahawks offense has done a ton of things well this year. Taking care of the football has not necessarily been their strongest suit. They've turned it over 16 times. Fortunately, a lot of those have been when they're playing with a big lead, so it hasn't hurt them. But I don't think against a team as good as the Rams, you can be able to get away with a lot of turnovers.
No, it's going to be tight, man. Vegas has the over-under at like 44.5, and I don't know how I feel about that.
What about the
I'm not
spread?
allowed to have a feeling on that.
I don't know what it is. Yeah.
I think it's like 2.5 or something, but I mean, there's never a home field advantage for the Rams, right?
Well, and the Seahawks have been better on the road for a couple of years now. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I remember last year there was a Steeler game that was they just dominated the whole stadium. So seems like it's still the case down there.
I think there's potential for both games. You let me know which one you think. A high-scoring shootout or a low-scoring Dave Wyman grinder type of game.
I mean, both
6-3.
Both teams are so good on both sides of the ball, neither would surprise me.
Yeah.
I think really the only thing that's going to surprise me is if either team blew out the other one because I think they're both so good. But both of these teams have the firepower to score a lot, but both these teams have really talented defenses and pass rushes. I don't care how good a quarterback is and a passing game is. If you're getting home with 4 rushers, and both these teams have the ability to do that, if you can do that, you can make it really hard to play offense.
Yeah.
Schneider's having an unbelievable year.
Yeah,
and I feel like we haven't been talking about him enough.
I know. I've kind of been looking for excuses to mention, this guy's got to be in the conversation, if not leading candidate for executive of the year. First of all, it's long overdue. The fact that he never won it as they built the Seahawks into a Super Bowl team is kind of a shame. But, yeah, I mean, you look at obviously that decision at quarterback is a very tough when you have a good quarterback, and Geno Smith was a very good quarterback the last few years, to make that, to have the conviction to say, we're going to move on. We think we have a plan B and I don't mean to call him plan B, but a plan in place with Sam Darnold, but there's no guarantees you're going to get him. And so then to go out, sign him, you bring in Cooper Kupp, you bring in DeMarcus Lawrence, have been just 2 awesome veterans on the team. And then the draft class is killing it. So I'd be hard pressed to find anyone that had a better offseason.
All right, to wrap this thing up, what's going to be the X factor for this one?
Man, to me, it's really just, I mentioned the turnovers earlier, but just I don't really care how good defense is playing. I've yet to see a defense that can really slow the Seahawks offense down consistently if the Seahawks aren't getting in their own way. So just take care of the football, and I think this offense can do some good things.
I think the number 3 rush defense is going to be very, very vital in this game because I like their run game. Just the way they time it up, and Kyron Williams hits the holes at just the right time, basically. And I don't know how it looks so well orchestrated, but I think that's going to be the big one. I mean, look, they're number 19 running the ball, so it's not like they're just killing it, but I don't know, it seems like when they want to. So I think it's run defense.
All right, Wyman, you're going to hate me for this. I hate myself for this, but I've been convinced all week after analysis and studying and talking to Stacy and interviews or whatnot.
Right.
The dang kickers, man.
Yeah.
I think if a close game comes down to that, They just signed the thicker kicker. I forgot his name.
Yeah.
Got rid of
That's a
theirs.
good nickname.
That's his name, yeah.
Because their last guy was hitting 61% of his kicks, I think, right now, or 67. Myers is at 81%. So if it is a close game like we think,
that's a good
it
point.
might come down to the legs, and they get it done. All right, this has been Huddle Boyle. Appreciate you coming down. Boyle, I'm controlling this thing today.
Yeah,
all right?
you got it.
All right.
Multitasking today.
All right.
Maybe I should have done that.
All right, when we come back, you'll hear Wyman and Bob. That is next right here on Seattle Sports.
Brock and Salk.
The Seahawks are 7-2, Brock.
Morning 6 to 10.
Taking on a division rival who is also 7-2. What do they call it? The America's Game of the Week?
Oh, yeah.
Afternoon. The Big Crew. Fox is going with Chicago and Minnesota. What? What are you talking about? Chicago and Minnesota? Joe Davis, Greg Olsen, the number 2 game on Fox.
Brock and Salk, only on Seattle Sports.
November is a great time to get a new TV. Now that the top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony are at the lowest prices of the year. With Black Friday deals available, what more could you want? How about better than Black Friday? Before you click, you should call Video Only to see how you can go lower than Black Friday. That's right, the best TVs at better prices. Check out Video Only before you buy, or you'll be sorry.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out, but also, what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you actually don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from threats online. Plus, well, you get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices with no one battling for bandwidth. And for the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony. And you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand 6, 7, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. All with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
I had a young woman who was on a new SUV, and she had attachments to her old car because it was her first car, and she had questions because she was doubling her spending budget, and she was very fiscally responsible. It was almost making her sick, and the best path at that point was to let's stop for the night, and you go home and take a breath, She came back in the morning and bought the car. She was way happier. These are major life accomplishments. You have the ability to afford at this tier. You've secured one of the major needs in your life. You should be feeling a tremendous amount of pride and respect for your accomplishments. I'm just grateful that we get to celebrate it with them, that we get to be part of it in that aspect of it.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
AL and NL MVP will be announced shortly after 4 o'clock today, and by that we mean anytime between 4 and 5 o'clock. We will keep you updated the entirety of the way, though. Aaron Judge, Cal Raleigh, and Jose Ramirez, the finalists in the American League. Lamar Jackson returned to practice today for the Ravens, while Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud has been ruled out this week. The Jets also placed wide receiver Garrett Wilson on IR. The Kraken continue a short homestand tonight against Winnipeg. A 2-game losing streak has dropped them to 4th in a crowded Pacific Division.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Mike Lefko and Dave Wyman here with you live from the room here at the VMAC. Dave, your special room that you and Bob always occupy on Thursdays, the Cortez Kennedy room down here at the Seahawks facility. Fun to be in the room here with you.
Oh, good, Mike. Yeah. I'm glad you feel that way.
You don't feel the same? As this is hour 3 for you on radio, you don't feel the same as me. I'm all excited. You're like, I've done this for 2 hours. We just had the huddle. Get that excitement out of here. Dave, no, it's cozy. It's warm in here, away from the rain on a Thursday that has really just kind of cast a pall over Seattle.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, when you get days like this, you're just like, why do I live here again? But yeah, it's beautiful most of the time here. But this is kind of a tough one. But no, I like this. I honestly like this room, and especially when you get great guests. Today on the huddle, we had Patrick O'Connell, Patty O, as Mike McDonald has tabbed him. I think that was his nickname a long time ago. But then also we had Nick Emmanwori. What an impressive kid. I mean, I talked a lot about him being one of those guys that looks like a 4 or 5 year veteran out on the field, but he also is really professional as far as the interview part of it, and that's the one thing, we talk about NIL and the college football atmosphere right now. You get guys, the rookies that are pretty refined, like they know what the deal is. They've kind of been through it. They have money. They have done the interviews, and especially if you're a first, second rounder. But yeah, it was great having those guys in here. So we get a chance to have Oluwatimi here today. So it'll be nice to get to know him. I think I've talked to him before, but
I think we have actually as well. Yeah. You and I have maybe before last season or a couple seasons ago. But yeah,
it's going to be at 5 o'clock or 5:15. We got Greg Beecham, the Rams beat writer for the AP, at 3 o'clock. So that'll be interesting to get kind of caught up with them, because this is one of the great, like, I always say this about the matchups. As the week goes on, I have a tendency to build the opponent into the big bad wolf. And, just the more you look at it and the more you look at these numbers, and then, you start thinking, okay, I thought about this last week, like, I can't imagine losing to the Cardinals. I just can't imagine. What would that be like? What would we be thinking about this team? This is such a good team, the Rams, that, unless they just entirely get blown away and are out there fumbling the ball and, getting penalties and things like that, I feel like it's going to, it'll be a tough loss if they do lose to them. But you just look at the numbers and how well they're playing right now, and they're kind of similar teams, I guess. And but the big difference is, number one, they haven't turned the ball over like we have. So hopefully that comes to an end. But then also just the injuries. I mean, they've really, been snake bit pretty much.
Yeah, let's get into that. And speaking of rookies, one name that popped up on the injury report yesterday, it was lengthy, and then you get to the end, and all of a sudden, at the very bottom there, Raible, limited, heel. Yeah. Uh-oh. Panic. No, not panic yet. It's only Wednesday, and that kind of came out of nowhere, so it was surprising. Wednesday is certainly not indicative of what might happen on Sunday, but when you see that, Dave, you start to realize, well, out of all these rookies and all these players, Raible, who has started every game, who has allowed, at one point it was the fewest pressures of any offensive lineman, he has been indispensable. And I kind of started thinking, well, wait a second. We talked about Ernest Jones as someone that you have to have in there. Is Raible almost more important than anyone else that's injured right now for the Seahawks because of how valuable he is to that position? And really the lack of known depth behind him on the offensive line.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, because you've seen both Drake Thomas and Tyrese Knight play their way into, starters. And they look like starters. And look, I think Ernest Jones is very important. Very important. He's questionable, by the way. So there's a pretty good chance. I like to think that he's going to find some kind of superhuman strength because he's playing his former team. But, yeah, I mean, it's that. They've been okay with that one, really. But you're right. I mean, all of a sudden, the lack of depth. But, and I say this morning just because, and questionable, I'm always I'm optimistic about that. I think that they, will typically a questionable player, I feel like 75 to 80% of the time, they're going to end up playing. But, man, you start going to Jalen Sundell out, Jaron Reed out. And another one that really hits me, Derek Young is very important we talked to him one day where he had a couple of tackles on special teams, and then he had like a 60-yard return, and I think a total of, it was like an average of 35 yards per return. So that guy is huge. I mean, and especially we see what has been done with the special teams this year. And stop me or, fill in if you remember anything. We got a kickoff that we recovered for a touchdown. There was a fumble forced on a kickoff, the opponent. And then, you had the punt return by Torrey Horton. Like I mentioned the earlier about Derek Young, a 60-yard return there. They blocked a field goal, which was Julian Love. What am I missing? The touchdown in Pittsburgh, the punch out in Washington. So anyway, my point is that Derek Young is one of those guys that just shines in special teams, and he's out. So yeah, I'm being kind of negative right now. Eric Saubert and Julian Love. We haven't even seen Riley Mills yet, which they kind of knew that was the case with him. What about Kenny Mack? Kenny Mack, like, where do you think he would be? I mean, would we be talking
now you get people just sad because you're talking about all the injuries that have happened to the start of this season.
Well, these are my concerns, and this is the one that bothers me the most. And, and I would say this, I don't think that there's anybody that takes better care of their players. The Seahawks, as far as their training staff and, the trainers and the doctors and coaches and everything, they do a great job, but it's just been, bad luck.
Yeah, what's interesting? Talking about special teams, we have mentioned, hey, the Seahawks could be 8-1 or even 9-0 if a couple things break their way. Certainly the injuries, if they had been healthy, they're probably 8-1. They probably beat the Bucs. Well, the Rams, in talking about how good they've been, I don't think I gave enough credit to the fact that they should be at least 8-1 because the game against the Eagles, they're up 24-7. And then they blew that lead in. Still at the end, you want to talk about special teams, the Rams line up to kick a game-winning field goal, and it's blocked. And it's returned for a touchdown, so the margin looks a little better for the Eagles. But the Rams right there with the Seahawks, special teams has kind of been key for them. Yeah, I think the Seahawks and special teams, that's given them the edge, why a lot of people believe the Seahawks are one of the best teams, if not the best team in the NFC right now. And certainly, according to some power rankings, the best team in the NFL right now. We know these two will prove it out there on the field. But when you look at these things you mentioned, Dave, the injuries, some of these other concerns, how would you rank the areas of concern going into this week? Not just over the course of the season or so far, but going into this week, how would you rank these areas of concern for the Seahawks? The run game, the injuries, and then the giveaways.
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I tend to put last the injuries, just because, again, they take care of their guys. They do a really good job. It's just a matter of bad luck. So it's not like you can, I don't know. I mean, I guess you could say, hey guys, get more sleep and, hydrate and things like that. But I don't know what else you can do as far as that goes. But I think, I think the number one concern for me is the giveaways. They're second worst. They have 16 giveaways. Miami Dolphins, and well, they just came off a big win against Buffalo, which I have no idea how they won that game. But they've given up 17. So I think that's the big thing. And then we heard from Patrick O'Connell today during the huddle that Mike McDonald put up kind of a montage of this Nate Landman kid I was talking about yesterday. He's one of their off the ball inside linebackers. And, just kind of, and it's sort of reminiscent of what happens here when you plug guys in, like Ty Okada. Nate Landman was just kind of a journeyman, was in Atlanta, and then he comes here, and he's not only leading the team in tackles, but he's got like 3 forced fumbles.
I was going to say, he does well.
He punches
out. He punches those balls.
Yeah. You said it, not me, Mike.
That's your motto. That's your motto. You told the Seahawks defense a couple weeks ago.
Keep punching balls. Yeah. So they had a big, like I said, video montage, and I think Mike's point number one is, hey, we can do this, but also, let's protect the ball, because I can imagine a guy that's very disciplined, like Mike McDonald. I think those are the kind of things that drive him nuts. And those are huge, man. You're giving away a possession. Those things are precious. So it's like one less opportunity for you to score and one more opportunity for them to score on you. So that's where those things are huge. Now, they did have, the 2 strip sacks for touchdowns. And so there's some, repair going on the takeaway part. But I got to imagine that the giveaway part of it is driving Mike McDonald nuts.
In fact, he addressed that yesterday. So McDonald was asked about the process to cut down on their turnovers.
Well, I can tell you, how we approach what we do, and we're going to keep training the heck out of it and talking about it and showing examples and trying to find opportunities to do it. Train it today, tomorrow, and Friday. And offensively, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to work our ball security drills. We're going to make sound decisions, and you have to have an awareness of when they're taking shots and who are the guys, but you got to make sure that you're on point with what you're doing.
Well, and I said it's more about, the offense not fumbling the ball away, but until this Arizona game, the defense did not have a takeaway as far as a fumble goes. So we had one on the the special teams, but that's something that really you want to work both sides. The other thing, we were talking to Patrick O'Connell about was that, the first guy there really is the guy to try to make the tackle, because the one thing about the punch out is if you take a hand away, you're not as good of a tackler. So, that you have to be careful. Like, you can't just be doing that. The other thing is, I'm wondering if somebody's going to miss horribly and punch a guy in the face or something and get a penalty.
We saw TJ Watt do that, right? A couple years ago against the Seahawks. I forgot who he punched, but he was trying to knock the ball out and he ended up punching a Seahawk.
Yeah,
during that, it was a night game. I forget, it was a Sunday night or Thursday or something, but yeah, TJ Watt got punchy. So.
Yeah, well, and, I think in 2019 when we were in Pittsburgh, it might have been 17. No, it was 19. He punched one out from Chris Carson, and he's just really good at that. And it takes a certain kind of skill. Obviously, Peanut Tillman is the guy that has perfected that. But, I don't know how. I mean, I guess once you get to a point where you're being tackled, and this is tougher for a Marshawn Lynch type of running back, because if you're not going down with the first hit, you're going to keep churning those legs, and then that's when the vultures come in and start trying to poke the ball out. So there's kind of a, happy medium there of okay, because if you put both hands over the ball, now you're not going to be able to run as effectively. So that's kind of a tough one. And I feel like a lot of those punch outs are just luck. But yeah, as far as the Seahawks employing that, I think it's kind of like I said, a fine line that you want to have sound tackling, no question about it. But the second guy to the pile, that's where you get those.
Yeah, that feels particularly important this week, especially. We'll get into this at 4 o'clock in the Rams and their offensive personnel, because what they've done this year, that 13 personnel that everyone talks about, the 3 tight ends, they have some big bodies out there. So if you have big guys that you're trying to knock the ball loose instead of tackling, how many times have we seen it? A big tight end dragging a smaller defender. Right. I could just envision that playing out where, hey, if the Seahawks are not disciplined in their tackling, if they're trying to go for that punch and not the wrap-up, those Rams tight ends maybe dragging them 5-10 yards down the field. So I think in this matchup especially, I understand that the one turnover can make a difference when these two teams are so balanced, but that feels like it'll be a key with these two teams. So we'll talk about that Rams, kind of their offensive alignment and what has gone well for them and why Matthew Stafford has been playing at an MVP level. Yeah, one of their beat writers, Greg Beacham, joins us at 3 o'clock, and then kind of dive into the nuances of their offense. But getting back to those areas of concern, we talked about the injuries. You really can't control that. They're fluky a lot of the time. Right. Especially something like a concussion that we saw Josh Jobe dealing with, and your own teammate hits you. So, okay, the injuries, it's concerning, but you can't really do anything about it. The giveaways and turnovers forced, you certainly can. What about the run game? Something you and Bob have talked about leading up into this matchup, that you saw this team do so well last week. Not just attempts, but pure yardage and being able to put the game away when they had to. Is that something where you think that can continue, that the concern because of the past, 8 games before last week wasn't as good pure output-wise? Or do you look at this Rams defense and say, you know what, it's going to be really challenging to get the run game going?
Yeah, well, their run defense is pretty good. I mean, they're top 10. The Seahawks are number 3. So that's going to be, a big matchup there. I think, the advantage of by the way, I think we need to get the whole kneel down thing taken away from run yardage, because they got -6 on that, and so that put them under 200. But if you look at the way that, and I'm looking at the rankings once again, the Rams have the number 19 run game, and the Seahawks are number 17, so slightly ahead. And I think that's skewed obviously by the almost 200 yards that they got. But you watch that San Francisco game. The way they run the ball, they just time up things so perfectly. And, and I don't know where you get that kind of timing. I mean, I think, obviously you can work on it and everything, but it just seems like when Kyren Williams hits the hole, there's there's a man on a man. And, that it's not like these guys are getting whooped or anything, but it's just opposing defenses. But it's just more of like a timing thing. I remember that very specifically of, a couple of times where I go and I'm like, should I hit this guard and then, try to push him back into the gap, or should I try to make the tackle, maybe go underneath the guy or whatever. And, when you have it timed up perfectly, like they did against San Francisco, it's just really tough to stop. So yeah, the run game, I think on defense is going to be a little bit more difficult. But then, I think it's really going to be interesting to see. Now, if they get this huge lead and then they, do what they did last week, which I seriously doubt, then, that number might be skewed. But at the end of the day, to see how that run game has taken a step forward after last week and, everything, all the advantages of being able to run the ball at the end of the game and just kind of run the clock out. We'll see where this run game is at, because they got a pretty good run defense as well.
Yeah, it's a giant step up from facing a Cardinals team that was a little overmatched despite Walter Nolan, that impact rookie who did so well against Cowboys, and then facing the Rams, who have Braden Fisk and Jared Verse and everyone else on that defensive line. I do feel a little more encouraged, and, you'd like to have all your starters in, but with Jalen Sundell being out, I feel a little more encouraged that Olu got nearly 3 full quarters to get in there, to kind of iron out maybe any of the rust. Those first 2 snaps were not great. I'll be curious. We'll ask him about it. Just kind of bring it up. Like, hey, how are you feeling when you got in there? Because the first snap, he had a snap infraction, and then the second snap was the fumble. But he hadn't played all season, so I get that. There's some rust. Olu will join us a little bit after 5 o'clock when practice comes to an end. But the fact that he did get about 3 full quarters, I feel better with the continuity heading into Sunday.
Yeah, another play that will be interesting is the barnyard, because you get 2 Michigan guys.
Yeah,
the Michigan guys, right? And they were drafted separate years, right? I think Mike Morris was.
Yeah, Mike Morris was with Olu, his Michigan teammate, and then Barner was last year.
Right. So, yeah, Barner was a great rookie, too. But, you know, that snap, too, is something that's going to be different. So, yeah, we'll see. And this is such a great matchup, and I really have no idea why they would send. The more the week goes on, the more I'm like, why is this not the number one game on Fox?
I got to tell you, from sheer broadcast analysis, it is the number one crew. You get better insight from Joe Davis and Greg Olsen.
Okay.
Burkhardt and Brady, they're those fancy boys. They're too good looking. They don't know how to break down a game. Brady, he just says these platitudes, and he doesn't give insight. No, I mean, yes, it's the number one crew in name, but it'll be an enjoyable broadcast from an analysis perspective. I still think you need to listen to you and Raible. Sync up the TV with the radio. Listen to you guys. That's the best insight.
Something I could never do, by the way. I was at home watching the game.
All right. Well, we want to send you and 3 friends the November 30th game when Darnold and the Seahawks face his old team, the Vikings. All you need to do, open the Seattle Sports app, click the Win tab, and you'll find out how. If you don't already have the app, simply text app to 866-979-3776. We'll send you a link to download. Enter daily to increase your chances to win. This contest runs through Monday, November 17th. Right now, let's take 2. Dave, this is interesting. We've seen these NFLPA report cards, the surveys over the past 3 seasons. Well, today the NFL has filed a grievance against the Players Union over the distribution of those surveys. They're trying to stop the next edition, that 2025 report card, from coming out this next offseason.
It's ridiculous. I thought Bumpus put it the best. It was more the way he said it, but it was like, hey, if you weren't last in all these categories, you wouldn't be tripping. But yeah, I mean, that just it makes him look so bad.
It does make him look bad.
Yeah, that's a terrible way to go about it. But I don't know, man. You know, the NFLPA, I mean, maybe the NFL would say, hey, you know, the NFLPA is you're hearing from the players, and maybe a guy's sideways with the franchise, or, you know, they're not getting the contract that they want, so they give out a bunch of bad grades, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, it's just exactly like Bumpus said. Well, I mean, look, in year after year, it's been the same guys, right? It's been Carolina. It's been the Jets.
Yeah, well, I think what's important, and it's funny that Woody Johnson is apparently the chief proponent of getting rid of this,
right.
the Jets owner. So he's the one that has the biggest issues because his franchise is just, what does Mark Schlereth say, just a garbage, chaotic mess over there. Yeah. But it's led to good changes, and I think what they do well, we can talk about it a little bit more later on in the 3 o'clock hour, they thoroughly vet all these players. They try to get every single player, so you have a broad sample size. We have seen changes happen around franchises when something comes to the forefront, and they rectify the situation because, yeah, you know what? When you publicly have something out there, it is a little bit embarrassing, but teams take care of it, and the well-run organizations, they rectify an issue. It's the problem ones that just stew in it and then get frustrated. Some injury updates this week in the NFL. Lamar Jackson, after not practicing yesterday, returned to practice today for the Ravens. The Texans, they had quarterback C.J. Stroud ruled out this week. He's still dealing with a concussion he suffered a couple weeks ago. Then the Jets placed wide receiver Garrett Wilson on IR. So all key players, but all impactful. You might happen to have them in fantasy football.
Lamar Jackson. Yeah, that's my guy. We can talk about that
my guy,
today.
too. And Garrett Wilson and C.J.
Oh, you got
Stroud.
Lamar Jackson?
I have all 3 of these players, yeah.
Yeah, you look at, we're talking...
In a 2-quarterback league, so yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, same here. I've been employing, I'm blanking on his name, our quarterback for the Los Angeles Chargers.
Oh, Herbert.
Herbert, yeah.
That's a good backup to have.
Yeah. It's not bad. But, yeah, you look at what, you know, Matthew Stafford has done as far as lack of interceptions, which is very impressive to me. Yeah, Lamar's only got 1. He's got 15 touchdowns, 1 interception this year. He's had some health issues. But he had a game where he got sacked 7 times against Detroit. So, and that was a game they lost 38-30. But it'll be good to see him back. Lamar Jackson's my favorite player to watch, whether you're in fantasy or not. I mean, it just, every time you watch Red Zone, if you have that chance, he always shows up.
All right, carry us, Lamar. Carry us, Lamar Jackson, this week. Take 2 is brought to you by Swedish Cyberknife. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Well, we might have identified a key to getting pressure on Matthew Stafford. We'll dive into what the Seahawks have to do coming up next. Mike Lefko and Dave Wyman with you live from the VMAC here on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
On a 4-game win streak.
Are you kidding me?
With a pair of dominant wins over the last 2 weeks.
Another touchdown! Seahawks!
Comes the biggest game of the season for the Seahawks. A battle for first place in the NFC West.
It is going to be a behemoth of a matchup.
I definitely can see we've done something special. I mean, the sky's the limit from here. It's just all about us.
Seahawks, Rams, Sunday. Kickoff at 1:05. Pregame at 10 on Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here. For my friends at People Come First or PCF Construction Group, are you tired of just grilling in the cold and rain every winter in the Northwest? Well, with a patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long, staying warm and dry, even in the wintry months. And I have a special offer for you. PCF's Black Friday sale runs through November, and you can get up to 20% off your entire project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. Most people don't consider building a deck in winter, but if you want yours ready by next spring and summer, then contact PCF right now to start planning. Spend the winter dreaming, designing, and approving your project so you're ready to build by the spring. Remember, planning and permits take time, so get started right now. Find all the offer details, get project ideas, and browse photos at pcfgroup.com or call 425-629-8476. That's 425-629-8476, pcfgroup.com.
Seattle's rainy season is here. Don't wait to replace your roof. Schedule your free estimate at 3treeroofing.com and get $500 off your roofing project. Our expert team creates a custom plan for your home, ensuring a smooth, worry-free installation even in the winter months. With material prices low and lead time short, now is the best time to act. Stop throwing money at costly repairs. Protect your home this winter with a new roof from your neighbors at 3Tree Roofing. Visit 3treeroofing.com today to secure your $500 discount. 3Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III! Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
I had pain, I had numbness in my feet. That pain and that numbness just got worse and worse and worse as time went on.
This is Greg describing life with neuropathy.
I went to 5 podiatrists, tried different treatments, tried different orthotics, tried different shoes, had cortisone shots in the tops and the bottoms of my feet. Saw a neurologist. All my medical doctors said, can't help you. Live with the pain. You're not going to be able to sleep. This is your life. And then I just gave up until I found Sound Pain Solutions.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, drug, and pain-free procedures that help neuropathy sufferers like Greg find relief.
I feel better. I mean, just feeling better is huge.
If you experience numbness, shooting or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Dave, one thing the Seahawks do well is getting pressure at the defensive front. Just that front. You know, that front four, it's been so good this season at getting to the quarterback. You haven't needed to bring any extra pressure. You've had Byron Murphy, Leonard Williams, Jaron Reed when he was there before he's been put on IR. Pretty much everyone. And then a couple of outside linebackers chipping in as well to get to quarterbacks. And the one thing that Matthew Stafford has done well has been not touched. He's barely turned the ball over. He has a stretch of 20 straight touchdowns without throwing an interception. So he has been upright. He has thrived from it. There was an interesting breakdown here from Trey Wingo, and I want to get your thoughts on this, where he was saying, you know, sacks are a number that everyone holds up there, and the Seahawks are tied for second with the most sacks in the NFL. But Trey Wingo is breaking down the most important aspect where the Seahawks defense excels in.
The Seahawks are now have 146 pressures on the season. Why is that significant? That's the most by a team through 9 games since ESPN began keeping this statistic in 2009. And what did we talk about yesterday, or last week rather, when the Bills took care of the Chiefs? It wasn't that they sacked Patrick Mahomes a lot. They got to him once or twice. They threw him completely off his game. And when you add a DeMarcus Lawrence to a defense like they already have in Seattle, suddenly you get that monster situation. Sacks are the glory stat, right? And if you get the quarterback down on the ground, great. That's a wonderful thing. But as long as you make the quarterback uncomfortable, as long as you move him off his spot, as long as you make them rethink the play, that's going to be the end of a lot of plays for a lot of quarterbacks and a lot of offenses. So when you see those pressures adding up for Seattle.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Pressures are fine, but I'm still a sack guy.
You like the glory stat.
Yeah, because, look, I mean, it puts you in a totally different situation. The other thing is some guys are good with pressure, and Sam Darnold, I would say, is one of them. I mean, as much as the offensive line has done a really good job this year, obviously, fewest sacks that they've given up, Sam has done an unbelievable job of moving around the pocket. And, you know, you think about the one touchdown he threw to Torrey Horton. That's just one example. But, you know, there was another one the other day where he kind of he rolled out to his left, threw across his body, and is able to make a perfect throw to JSN, by the way. It was just like in the tightest of windows, as we keep saying about Sam Darnold. But yeah, I mean, him moving around, that's what we knew we were going to get from this offense. We knew that it was going to be offensive line friendly. I mean, last year it was just drop back pass, and if we get beat on the pass rush, we get beat, and there's a sack. But this offense, the way that they're running it, is really designed to give Sam Darnold a little bit more extra time. And he is so good at throwing on the run. That's a huge advantage for him. So, yeah, I mean, you know, and some of those may look like pressures. But, yeah, I'm still a sack guy. You know, I mean, it's a glory stat, maybe. I don't know. He's calling it that, but to me, that's when I think you also. It's one thing to get pressured, and it's another thing to get sacked if you're a quarterback.
What about the fact, though, that it kind of has gone hand in hand, where the Seahawks' pressures, and that most, as Trey Wingo outlined there, have led to sacks, and the fact that, hey, they have finished a lot, that they are the second most sack-heavy team here. They've recorded the second most sacks in the NFL behind the Broncos' absurd rate. So with them compiling a lot of sacks as well, does that give you confidence that, hey, they might not just be pressuring Stafford, but if they can get to him like they have in last week, and they've had games where they have they've had the sack fest, as you've mentioned, do you think that can be the advantage, where we're trying to look for all these little edges, getting to Stafford and getting him on the ground? Is that the biggest edge the Seahawks might have?
Yeah, I mean, possibly. It's not like he's been sacked a ton. So I think he is, like Sam Darnold, he is very good at moving around the pocket. He's been sacked 14 times. So, but yeah, I mean, he doesn't exactly strike you as someone who can, use his feet to get clean as far as trying to find a target downfield. So, yeah, I mean, I think that's huge, and especially if you can get it with 4 and have coverage and be on point. But he's just a very smart football player. So it's going to be a challenge no matter what.
Here was Daniel Jeremiah today with Brock and Salk, and he was outlining where the Rams might have a weakness that the Seahawks could exploit.
I still think you can get to them a little bit on the edge with your rush. I think you could be a little susceptible to some power out there. So, I think that to me is going to be a real firm rush plan off the edge. And then the other side of the ball, to the perimeter. I think the more the game's played in the middle of the field might be to your detriment. I think you want to get this thing out to the perimeter.
Off the edge and power, that says Uchenna.
Yeah.
To me, Nwosu definitely going to be key in this game. The other thing I would say, not so much power, but Boye Mafe is starting to come into his own. He really, around the trade deadline, we heard that rumor that he possibly was going to be part of a trade with Kansas City. He's got some talent, and the rest of the NFL sees it. It just hasn't been as steady this year. He hasn't done it week in and week out. So I like hearing Daniel Jeremiah say that, if he thinks that they can be had off the edge there. DeMarcus Lawrence is on a pretty good pace right now as well. So, yeah, that's going to be really interesting to see. Do they go all out and try to blitz him, or are they going to, just try to rush 4? And if you got a guy like Uchenna who can win battles on the edge, he's such an interesting player to me. Because Uchenna is just, when you see him, he doesn't look that big, but you can see how powerfully built he is. And then, he doesn't really, I don't want to say he doesn't have pass rush moves, because he does, just like everybody else. But his is just so much more about setting him up with a little bit of a little shake. And then, the other thing, and I brought this up on the huddle, I used to always say that to my pass rushers, I used to coach D-line. It was the most fun I ever had when I was coaching in high school. And I'd always tell the guys, be stingy with the space. Don't just try to run around the edge. Try to really push into that tackle and be, like I said, stingy with the space. And you can get home that way. So, I think that this game really sets up for Uchenna.
What about DeMarcus Lawrence? Is this the game you bring him in for? Is this something where you need that guy who just knows how to get to the quarterback? Because we talked about all the injuries in the secondary against the Bucs, and why the Seahawks weren't able to get to Baker Mayfield, why that passing attack had so much success. And then our listeners rightfully bring up, well, hey, DeMarcus Lawrence, he didn't play in that game. And he didn't think about it at the time because he still was pretty new to this team, weren't sure exactly how he would be utilized with all these other stars on the defensive front. But not having him against the Bucs, and now seeing what he did last week against that Cardinals team, how much of a difference does having DeMarcus Lawrence make in a game like this?
Yeah, I mean, you got a game plan for him, and, he's a guy that's got it done, at all different places on the line. And another guy that's like that is Big Cat, is Leonard Williams. Both of those guys you can put in places that kind of look odd. You see Big Cat out on the edge, like he's, on outside the tight end. He could be in the C gap, the B gap, the A gap, and that's the same thing with DeMarcus Lawrence. I remember looking at his film when he first came here, and just going, man, he gets a lot of sacks up the middle, up in the interior part of the offensive line. So, Yeah, I mean, and that's, they say that's the most direct route to the quarterback, right? Right up the middle. So, and offensive linemen, their rules are always block the inside guy first. If, all else fails, whatever your assignment is, you don't know, you've got two guys that are rushing, you're going to take the inside guy every time.
All right, the AL MVP will be handed out at some point in the 4 o'clock hour. If you sat with us through the Manager of the Year saga on Tuesday, you know that it says 4 o'clock. It could happen anytime from 4:15 to about 4:55. So in the 4 o'clock hour, we will know for sure whether Cal Raleigh has won the AL MVP or not, but we will kind of give our final case for Cal to win the AL MVP. Coming up next, Wyman and Bob on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Blue 88! I said Blue 88! Every morning at 7:45, Brock Ewart tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Give me a Seahawk or two who had their best game of the season.
Put some respect on their name. Critical of Anthony Bradford when he falls on his face, when he blocks his own guy. What about when he's balling? You got to give him his due when he's got a PFF grade of 75.8. Wow. You going to give AB his due? You're darn right I am.
Catch every Blue 88 on the Seattle Sports app.
Free consultations, no-fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Ryan Roland Smith here. For more than 35 years, the NBA Health Insurance Trust has been helping local builders, contractors, and their employees save money and gain peace of mind. They offer customized group health plans from the state's leading insurance providers. Small and mid-sized businesses deserve big healthcare access. The NBA Health Trust brings you the coverage you want at a price you can trust. Find out more at MBAHealthTrust.com. That's MBAHealthTrust.com.
Let's talk about your hair. Well, maybe after we talk about my hair. I've got great hair, as you know, and it's because of Advanced Hair. Yep, Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it grows. It's actual science. Advanced Hair has top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins to regrow the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now at 425-449-8185. Mention Curly to qualify for $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. It's a limited time offer. Advanced Hair, the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and the team that gave me my hair back. More importantly, they'll do the same for you, guaranteed. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Don't miss the Daniel Jeremiah Show, presented by Marquee Data.
I think he's been awesome.
Tuesday mornings at 8:30 with Brock and Salk.
If this is where he is right now, he could win an MVP.
Only on Seattle Sports.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bail Arm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bailarm.com today.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow and binge all episodes of Stolen Voices of Dole Valley, available now wherever you listen.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
It's always such a pleasure for me to catch up with you, Shannon O'Kelly, President and CEO of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. And as I understand it, calendar year is wrapping up. There's never a better time to take care of your aches and pains. Why?
Well, it's always a great time to come see us here at IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. We'll take care of your aches and pains. We'll get you better. But particularly, Brock, at the end of the year, most people have met their deductibles. They may have HSA, may have FSA funds. So use the opportunity to use your insurance to treat those aches and pains so you're not taking them into the new year. So you're healthy, fit, and you're excited about the new year. That's what it's all about. Here at IRG, we are so dedicated to making sure our patients really understand the insurance because it's a complex world. So when you call us, we're going to help you navigate your insurance. But I will tell everybody listening right now, if you've met your deductible, get your aches and pains treated here at IRG. We'll take care of you. We'll take care of your insurance. We'll take care of your family. We'll take care of everybody.
Clinics up and down the Puget Sound for you to go visit or see them online at irgpt.com.
Wow, look at these Black Friday deals on TVs. Samsung, Sony, and LG at the lowest prices of the year, even on their top-rated models. Now we can get that top-rated Samsung we were thinking about, but we'll need to get up early on Friday.
These are great deals, but why wait? Video Only has all these deals right now. We can get what we want today, and they're even offering no-interest financing.
So we can get these Black Friday deals right now at Video Only and pay it off later?
Yep, and many of their prices are better than those flyers.
Better than Black Friday? No wonder Video Only got those high scores when they rated TV stores. Let's head over now and beat the crowds.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or dishwashers, but you will find the best deals on the best TVs, sound bars, and home theater systems. Shop around, but then make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In South Center, Bellevue, Linwood, Federal Way, and Tacoma. Video Only.
WYMAN and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Dave, MLB's Awards Week is coming to an end. We started off with Rookie of the Year. We had Manager of the Year. Kind of forgot Cy Young was happening until they gave it out yesterday. Yeah. And now we come to an end with MVP. And we are, of course, focused on the AL MVP. I'm not going to ask you who you think is going to win because I think we both think Cal Raleigh, unless you've changed your...
No, I mean, who do we want to win?
Who do we think if we would vote, if we would award the MVP?
Yeah.
I think we're both in agreement on Cal Raleigh.
Yeah, totally. And then, I feel like they've taken the V out of it. Most valuable. Okay, so that doesn't mean it's just at the plate. Yeah, most player. But why are they taking that out? And Shannon directed me to look at Aaron Judge's September. Mm-hmm. So, and yeah, it's pretty impressive. They went 18-7 during that period of time on his game logs. He batted .370, which is ridiculous. 1292 OPS, 10 home runs, 17 RBIs. Go pull up Cal's September. He's got 10 home runs, 18 RBIs. Now, he doesn't have the 12, whatever it was, 92 OPS, but it's 1030. And, his batting average is only 278, on base almost 400. And you look at the home run and the RBI numbers. But then also, just like Shannon was saying yesterday, nobody seems to, at least to us, value the fact that guy has to go put the gear on. And, like she was saying, if the guy in front of you is, gets out, you're the first guy up, you got to take it off, you got to put it on. I mean, it's just, and not only that, and that's not like a big deal. Okay, he has to put some gear on, and I can see if you're a New York Yankee fan going, big deal, just putting some gear on. But it's not just that. It's him managing the rotation and him logging in his brain, like, what did this guy do last time? What kind of pitch? And then calling the pitches. And, and most guys don't shake Cal off. So, and he's doing all of that. And look, I don't want to say Aaron Judge is just standing around in right field, but it's, the intensity and everything of what Cal does, it's mystifying to me that isn't brought into focus as much as it should be.
Yeah, the problem is, I think, because it's not quantifiable. So the things that are easy to see and judge when you're picking a broad cross-section of voters that is, all over the country, are offensive numbers. There are so many ways to, eye test defensive numbers. Bob says he values the eye test over any kind of defensive metrics, and some people like a certain defensive metric over another. So you're kind of lumping in the entirety of, Cal's value, a lot of it is derived from the defensive component. Right. There's a reason why catchers don't hit 60 home runs. But the unfortunate reality is, how do you quantify that into, is that more valuable than just the pure output of what Aaron Judge did? Now, I have a reason that I think, objectively, looking at numbers, Cal Raleigh should win, and it's because, I'm going to kind of use the Heisman Trophy comparison, there have been so many seasons where you thought someone might have been able to repeat as a Heisman Trophy winner, but the voters did not vote for them because their numbers were not as good as the season they put up the year before. Aaron Judge, he's a victim of his own success. He had a worse season than he did last year. So if he's not even going to have a better season, how could you say he's more valuable than a guy who had a season that was historic by all metrics and carried his team to a division title? So his season last year, whatever you want to go on, his WAR was absurd, 10.8, 9.7 WAR this year. Just, every number, and it's easy to look if you go to any side-by-side stat comparison. Aaron Judge had a worse season in 2025 than he did in 2024. So should that be rewarded? That's if you want to tie some objectivity to it, because we agree that Cal Raleigh should win. There's no quantifiable metric to say he should when you compare it to Judge. But if Judge got worse, I think Cal Raleigh should win.
Okay.
Yeah. That's my theory on it.
I'll take it. I'll buy that. I'll buy pretty much anything.
I'm not a voter, unfortunately.
No. Yeah. Now, who are the voters again?
It rotates. It kind of, all the MLB writers, you have beat writers for cities, national writers, all of them, and they rotate among these awards. So like a John Morosi, who actually, here, let's get JP's breakdown. He gives his final projection for the AL MVP, but so he's giving this because he is not a voter this year. He has been in the past. He did not vote this year for the MVP, but here's how he projects the race to finish.
It does seem as though the conventional wisdom is that Judge will win, and certainly Aaron Judge a very deserving winner if he wins it. I think Cal Raleigh would be a very deserving winner too. I would have cast my ballot for Raleigh. I just think that the historic nature of his season as the leader and the engine of a division champion, what he did on both sides of the ball, no pass balls during the course of the regular season, all of those things, I would have put as Cal Raleigh as my choice, but there are two correct answers on this one, in my opinion. It seems as though that there's this groundswell that it's going to be Judge, and if it is, that's great. I think Raleigh's season is getting a lot of recognition, even if he doesn't win the award, and maybe it just sort of, if he doesn't win it, guys, maybe it perhaps feeds into even more of that aura of unfinished business for what will be, I know, a very, very resolute group of 2026 Seattle Mariners.
I love that JP always finds the sunshine there, and that there'll be a more resolute team. Look, does Cal care? I mean, a little bit, but I mean, he's very clear, and Cal's one of those guys, when he says something, you believe him. You believe that that's what he really thinks. And all he cared about was getting to the World Series and winning a world championship. So, but I mean, I like to think that it put a little bit of a chip on his shoulder, but I don't know how much more you can do if you're Cal Raleigh.
Yeah, man. I really don't. And if you're not going to reward a season like this, when will a catcher ever win an MVP? The MVP has turned into the best offensive numbers, much like the NFL MVP has turned into quarterback. It's best quarterback. And the problem with baseball also is that you want to say, okay, it's the totality of who's the most valuable, but baseball has essentially said, look, we have the Cy Young. That's our pitching award. This is our offense award. Because you can't really quantify defense when you have so many different positions you're comparing. So we're all in agreement. We'll find out for sure sometime in the 4 o'clock hour. We will certainly keep you updated. If it happens in the course of while we're on air, we will give you the live announcement. If we're in a break, we'll update you immediately afterwards. But stay tuned beginning at 4 o'clock. It is an award show, so it's not like it'll be announced right at 4 o'clock. It'll be announced sometime in the 4 to 5 o'clock hour. The AL and NL MVP. NL MVP, really, there's no doubt who wins that one, though. So we'll take you to the AL MVP announcement coming up sometime in the 4 o'clock hour. But back to this Rams-Seahawks matchup. We'll get that perspective from the LA side. Greg Beecham, who covers the Rams for the Associated Press, joins us next here on Wyman and Bob on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Brock and Salk.
The Seahawks are 7-2, Brock.
Morning 6 to 10.
Taking on a division rival who is also 7-2. What do they call it? The America's Game of the Week?
Oh, yeah.
Afternoon.
Oh,
the Big
yes.
Crew. Fox is going with Chicago and Minnesota. What? What are you talking about? Chicago and Minnesota? Joe Davis, Greg Olsen, the number 2 game on Fox.
Brock and Salk, only on Seattle Sports.
Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out, but also, what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you actually don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from threats online. Plus, well, you get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices with no one battling for bandwidth. And for the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony. And you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand 6, 7, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. All with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
Guys, tired all the time? Gaining weight? Low drive? These aren't just signs of aging. They could be low testosterone or other underlying issues. Right now, Revive Men's Health Washington is making it easier to get answers with a comprehensive wellness panel. It's not just a lab test, it's where better performance begins. Our providers will check your testosterone, blood sugar, cholesterol, kidney, liver, thyroid, and heart health. A $400 value for just $99, or free if you start treatment. Over 120,000 men have trusted Revive to restore their energy, mood, and confidence. So if you're ready to feel better and live stronger, call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Offer ends November 30th. Must medically qualify. Terms apply. Contact us for full offer details.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Stacy Rost here from Seattle Sports. Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of. And then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, prescriptions. But imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate, noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle, yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target problem areas: waistline, face, neck, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. For your free consultation and $250 off, visit ProSculpt.com for powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men. It's ProSculpt.com.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.